Good morning, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed scholars, research scholars, and students. I am Ananda Bhattacharjee and she is Shaika Khanam, and we are deeply honored to welcome you all in this one-day international seminar, Literary Contiguities between Human and Non-Human Animal, organized by the Department of English, Surya and Mahavidyalaya, in collaboration with Department of English, University of North Bengal, and IQAC, Surya and Mahavidyalaya. In a world ravaged by various environmental crises, the discourse of animal studies emerges as a distinctly relevant field at this specific historical juncture. Accelerating human dominance in the new geological epoch of the Anthropocene has resulted in the extinction of a vast number of non-human species. In this seminar, we aim to deal with human-non-human entanglement from diverse perspectives and disciplinary expertise. Without further ado, we will now proceed with the program, and we would like to begin by calling our honorable dignitaries to take a seat on the dais. I would like to request Honorable Principal Sir to take a seat on the dais. Sir, I would like to now request our Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Alessandro Vescovi, Department of Languages, Literatures, Cultures and Mediations from University of Milano, Italy, to take a seat on the dais. I would like to request our Honorable Plenary Speaker, Dr. Binayak, Associate Professor, Department of English, University of North Bengal, to take a seat on the dais. Now I would like to request Dr. Babli Mondol Ma'am, Honorable IQAC Coordinator and Head Department of Chemistry, Surya and Mahavidyalaya, to take a seat on the dais. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request Honorable Dr. Arno Paul Sir, Head Department of English, Surya and Mahavidyalaya, to take a seat on the dais. I would now like to request respected convener Agnito Maiti Sir to take a seat on the dais. We are deeply honored to have all of you with us. We will now move to the felicitation of our honored guest. I would like to request Honorable Principal Sir to felicitate our keynote speaker, Professor Alessandro Vescovi, with a khada, a bouquet, and a bag. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Arnab sir to felicitate our plenary speaker, Dr. Binayak sir, with a bag, khada, and bouquet. Thank you very much, respected dignitaries and Honorable Principal Sir, for doing the honors. It is my pleasure and privilege to invite Honorable Dr. Arnab Sir, Associate Professor and Head of the Department, English Surya in Mahavidyalaya, to deliver the inaugural speech.
A very good afternoon to you, morning to you all. Respected President of the governing body, who is about to arrive, our Principal Sir, Dr. P.K. Mishra, our keynote speaker, Professor Alessandro Vescovi, sir, our plenary speaker, Dr. Binayak, and Senior Madam is not here, she is arriving, and we have got our esteemed colleagues among us, and the teachers who are present offline and online because it's a virtual mode. On behalf of the Department of English, Surya Mahavidyalaya, I welcome you all to this international seminar. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of English, University of North Bengal. When we first conceived this seminar, Dr. Binayak, he was head of the department then, and all his colleagues responded with warmth and generosity. Their support has played a very important part in shaping the whole thing that we are doing today. I am also extending my thanks to our IQAC for extending their wholehearted support as we sought their active collaboration and cooperation. We often think of literature as human-centric practice, written by humans, for humans, about human concerns. Yet, such a view seems increasingly limited in a time when the boundaries between human and non-human life demand urgent attention. The world we inhabit is not exclusively ours. It is shared, negotiated, and often contested with other forms of life. This is precisely where the theme of today's seminar, literary contiguities between human and non-human animals, becomes significant. We are not here merely to read animals as symbols or metaphors. Instead, we are invited to think about proximity, about the spaces where human and animal lives intersect, where dependence, conflict, care, and coexistence shape one another. If science presents us with the reality of ecological imbalance and species loss, literature offers a deeper, more intimate record of how humans have imagined, encountered, and lived alongside animals. In literary texts, animals often resist being reduced to signs. They appear as presence that unsettle human authority and remind us of shared vulnerabilities. From the narrative of wisdom of Conceptual to the contemporary forms of storytelling, we encounter ways of thinking that do not isolate human from the rest of the living world. Today, we are fortunate to have scholars and presenters joining us across India. The discussion will move across a wide spectrum from folklore and cinema to ethics, food practices, and environmental thought. We are especially honored by the presence of Professor Alessandro Vescovi sir and Binayak sir, whose insights will undoubtedly enrich our deliberations. As we begin, let me turn to Rabindranath Tagore, who reminds us, "E amar shorirer shirai shirai je pran তরঙ্গমালা রাত্রি দিন ধায় সেই প্রাণ ছুটিয়াছে বিশ্ব দিগ্বিজয়ে সেই প্রাণ অপরূপ ছন্দে তলে তালে লয়ে নাচিছে ভুবনে। To render it in English, the same stream of life that runs through my veins night and day runs through the world and dances in rhythmic measures. Perhaps to recognize this shared stream is to rethink our relationship not only with nature but with all living beings, including animals, who inhabit us and this world alongside with us. May today's discussion open new ways of thinking and deepen our sense of connections and shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your speech, sir. Now, I would like to request Honorable Principal, sir, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning to all of you, to Surya Mahavidyalaya and this one-day international seminar jointly organized by Department of English and of Surya Mahavidyalaya and University of Bengal in collaboration with IQAC. On behalf of our institution, I heartily welcome all of you, especially Professor Vescovi and Binayak sir. Though Professor Vescovi's today's visit is the second visit to the institution, but I am happy that without any hesitation he has accepted the invitation to attend the seminar. At the same time, as the policy we have taken to be punctual, we have started the seminar not at 10:02 a.m., giving respect to the person who are punctual. Because it is the habit, generally we the Indians think, if it is 10 means it is 10:30 or 11. So that practice we have to change, and we have changed it in our institution. Once again, on behalf of the institution, I welcome you all and hope the objective behind organizing this seminar will be fulfilled at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful words. Now, to further deepen our understanding of today's seminar, I would like to invite the convener, Mahavidyalaya sir, to elaborate the concept.
Good morning, dignitaries, respected speakers, colleagues, and students. I welcome you all to the international seminar on literary contiguities between human and non-human animals. The rationale behind choosing this topic is not accidental. I hope many of you have seen the beautiful photograph the artist 2 captured a few days ago of the Earth titled Hello World, a blue spherical planet that we call home. However, what we often forget is that this planet, about 4.5 billion years old, has been home to us, Homo sapiens, for only around 300,000 years. Human civilization, younger still, roughly 20,000 years old, appears almost like a footnote in the planet's long history of inhabitants. Our home was once the home of dinosaurs, the dodo, many other species that are now extinct. Today it remains home to over 1.5 million recorded animal species living alongside us. It has always been a shared space. We are not isolated beings. Yet the pace of civilization often makes us forget the existence of other non-human animals. The question we would like to ask today is, Have we been kind enough? Have we been just to those who share the same home, planet Earth? The answer, unfortunately, could be a negative one. In a study by Lear Greenspoon and his colleagues, it was found that human dominance is clear, as humans and livestock together account for nearly 95% of the world's mammal biomass. Accelerating human dominance in today's geological epoch has resulted in the extinction of a vast number of non-human species. They include passenger pigeon, Tasmanian wolf, Caribbean monk seal, and it is often referred to as the sixth mass extinction. The constantly growing field of literary animal studies presents an interdisciplinary field which probes into the ways in which non-human animals and animality are represented, projected, and theorized in literary texts and cultures. Extending beyond animals as mere metaphoric constituents, it investigates the cultural and ethical parameters as well as political and philosophical consideration of human-non-human entanglement. An emotional history of the relationship between humans and non-humans has never been written in any other discipline, but literature has often addressed the question. In front of historical contradictions, literature from different countries offer a non-ideological way of reflecting on the relationship between the human and non-human animals. Literature brings together different subjectivities and helps humans to create a healthier relationship with non-humans. Poetry and fiction may provide the sentimental education that global modernity has not yet developed to confront the animal alterity in today's time. In this seminar, we will listen to talks, paper presentations that explore human and non-human entanglements from a range of literary perspectives. The discussions will reflect the richness and diversity of the field of animal studies. With that hope, I thank and welcome everyone once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for laying the conceptual foundation of this seminar. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Bhakti Ma'am, Honorable IQAC Coordinator and Head Department of Chemistry, to deliver the address and share her valuable thoughts. Respected dignitaries on the dais, our on-site and virtual participants, my dear colleagues and students, a very good morning to you all. As a student and teacher of chemistry, I believe that quality education begins with unexpected questions. At IQAC, we don't just measure outcomes, we try to create conditions for genuine curiosity. And today's theme, literary contiguities between human and non-human animals, strikes me as exactly the kind of question that refuses to stay within disciplinary boundaries. Let me explain through a detour into chemistry. In my field, we study the bonds, covalent, ionic, hydrogen bonds. We ask what holds molecules together, what makes them break apart. But chemistry also teaches us something else, that life is not a human invention. The citric acid cycle, we popularly known as the Krebs cycle, that powers our cells is the same process that powers a dog cells, a sparrow cells, a beetle cells. At the molecular level, we are not special. We are variations on a theme. Now, literature asks a parallel question. What holds human and animal worlds together? What separates them? And like chemistry, literature reveals both similarity and difference. We share biological processes with other animals, yet we insist on a metaphysical distance. Think of the animals in children's literature, the dog Timmy in Enid Blyton's famous fight, for instance. Timmy is not a person in a dog suit. He is a dog who acts with loyalty, intelligence, and bravery. Children reading those books learn something that chemistry cannot teach, that a non-human being can be a moral agent, a companion, a source of meaning. Or consider the mongoose Rikki-Tikki Tavi Kipling story, a creature whose bravery is not anthropomorphic fantasy, but an acknowledgement that courage exists outside the human sphere. IQAC supports this seminar because it embodies what we believe quality means: the courage to ask difficult questions and the humility to learn from disciplines which are not of our own. When English literature speaks to chemistry, when philosophy speaks to ecology, when students from different backgrounds gather to think together, this is when education becomes transformative. I want to leave you with a challenge. As you listen to today's presentations, ask yourselves, what do we owe to the non-humans? Not in abstract ethical terms, but practically. What does it mean to live in a world, just Omnibus have said, where 95% of mammal biomass is human and livestock? What does it mean when forests disappear and animals exist primarily in zoos and stories? These are not comfortable questions. But discomfort, I think, is where learning begins. Thank you, and I look forward to today's conversations. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging words. Now, I would like to request respected convener of the seminar, Ognivo Mairi sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected principal sir and the respected president of the governing body, although he is absent, for their constant support and encouragement in making this seminar possible. I would like to thank the respected coordinator of IQAC, respected coordinate IQAC members for their guidance and assistance throughout the process. Our heartfelt thanks to respected keynote and plenary speakers for accepting our invitation, and we await their insightful and thought-provoking lectures, which will greatly enrich our understanding of the theme. I express my gratitude to the head of the Department of English, University of North Bengal, and all the faculty members for their generous support and collaboration. I would also like to thank all my colleagues, technical team, students, volunteers, whose active involvement made this seminar possible. Finally, I extend my thanks to everyone who worked behind the scenes to ensure the smooth conduct of the event so far, and I remain hopeful that in the next few hours, we will be able to carry out everything as we have planned. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will be moving forward for the keynote address. Today we are privileged to have respected Professor Alessandro Vescovi, Department of Languages, Literatures, Cultures and Mediations, University of Milano, Italy, among us. It is a matter of immense pride for me to introduce him. Alessandro Vescovi teaches at the University of Milano, Italy. His main interests are Victorian novels and Indian writing in English. He is the author of a monograph on the short story as a genre, a volume on Amitabh Ghosh, and several articles on Indian writers. He is editor of the Topicality of Shadow Lines, Turing, 2020, and Amitabh Ghosh's Culture Chromosome, Brill 2021, edited with Ashish Dey. His latest monograph is entitled Covered Hinduism Over Secularism, a post-secular reading of the Indian English novelistic tradition, Milano University Press, 2024. He has delivered invited lectures and keynotes at Delhi University, North Bengal University, Moishadal College, Sister Nivedita University, Jadavpur University, St. Xavier's College, Simdega, Central University of Odisha, Sunabera. He has been visiting professor at the University of North Bengal. He is part of the board of post-colonial journals and vice president of the Italian Association for Study of Anglophone Literatures, in short, AISCLI. We are honored to have you, sir, and I would like to request you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Namaskar, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you very much for organizing this one-day conference. I would like to thank Surya College and NBU University for organizing this, and particularly Dr. Jayanta Mudik, President, Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal, and the English Department of Surya College, and particularly, of course, Dr. Ognibo Maiti, our convener today. And on the other hand, I would like to thank NBU University, the English Department, and Dr. Binayak Roy, who has been expedient in organizing the event today. And then let me extend my thanks to all the colleagues, junior and senior, who are here today in person or online. Okay, now let me start immediately by saying that there are basically two paths to animal studies, and actually Ognibo has already highlighted one of them. However, one is the classical, the one that moves through philosophy and that studies the relationship between the subject and whatever is different, the subject and alterity. So initially, this studies about differences was about different human beings, and later it has been extended to different species as well. The other path, the one that Ognibo highlighted, and the one I personally come from, is through environmental humanities, whereby one understands the interconnectedness of planetary systems and the ecology of the Earth species. There, you also understand that humans are special just because of a kind of perspective effect. Being human, I am kind of magnified in my own eyes. In Hake Narayan's novel, I'll be talking about that later, there's a tiger speaking, and a human is challenging the tiger and asking the tiger, what do you think God is? And the tiger says, it's a huge tiger with a very brown, very black and orange pelt. Obviously. Now, being human myself, obviously I believe that humans are the measure of all things. You know, I use inches and feet to measure things because that is easier for me. But we have to move beyond this perspective. This is actually arbitrary. And however, these two paths, the say philosophical, ethical one, and the ecological one, arrive to more or less the same conclusions, or are on the way to getting to more or less the same conclusions. So I thought that I would, since there are many students today, I would sketch a little bit of both of them, starting with animal studies, which had its inception in 1975, when Peter Singer wrote a seminal book called Animal Liberation. There, Singer suggests that cruelty towards animals is similar to slavery. You see the parallel with human history. Because it is based on the very same idea that physiological difference is capital in depriving the other of the capacity to suffer or feel emotions. When you read 19th century or 18th century literature, you see that the same difference is applied to subaltern classes. Not necessarily of a different race. Even within England itself, the upper middle class thought that the subaltern classes could not feel or suffer in the same way as they did. And you find evidences of this in so many books. So the basic idea absolves humans from any cruelty perpetrated against animals because they do not suffer like us. Singer also creates the word species to explain this behavior, and yet the difference, he says, does not hold, in that a full-grown horse is much more intelligent and sensitive than a human being. Singer argues that the difference between humans and animals is a difference in their, or in our, concerns. Not, so we don't campaign for animal vote, for instance, okay? But there is no moral ground why the suffering of an animal should not count as much as the suffering of a human being. This notion is connected to Jeremy Bentham's idea that an action is not right or wrong per se, but only insofar as it brings pleasure or pain. Many human choices actually bring pain to animals. So what do we do when the happiness of a human being is brought about by the suffering of an animal? What is morally acceptable, or to what degree is that morally acceptable? A common response is, of course, othering the non-human, ignoring the suffering of the non-human. And that is, you know, the phrase is, come on, it's just an animal. The English language, for instance, interestingly, capitalizes on its double origin. You know that English language has a German origin, Anglo-Saxon, and a French origin, which is Neolithic. So, and interestingly, it changes the name of the animals when they arrive onto our plates. So, someone out there kills a pig, but you eat pork. Or someone slaughters a cow, but you have veal. Okay, so that's how the language itself distances the violence or the suffering from ourselves. Interestingly, however, even Thomas More was kind of aware of this thing. And in his utopia, which is maybe not so utopian by our standards, but it certainly was by his, well, he insisted that utopians, the best possible citizens, could not be butchers. And only slaves would do that kind of work, because the purity and the spiritual purity of utopians would be somehow spoiled by that kind of job. In 1983, a less radical position is espoused by Mary Minkley, the author of Animals and Why They Matter. She argues that we are justified in preferring human welfare, and she criticizes the analogy between species and race. She claims that race should actually be overlooked, but we are not expected to overlook species. In fact, species are important, and we cannot expect a horse to behave like a human and the other way around. And what is interesting, however, is that she studies children and at a very early age, and she comes to the conclusion that they have absolutely no notion of the hierarchy between species. So this is completely a kind of human construction, cultural construction. Children do not know that, or do not believe that there is any hierarchy, that humans are in any way better or more complex or more anything than other species. However, for us, it is almost impossible not to think of the human-non-human relationship without postulating some kind of hierarchy. And indeed, even Peter Singer accepts the existence of such a hierarchy because it raises a line between animals that suffer and feel and animals who do not suffer and feel, like crabs and mussels. So he says it's okay to eat crabs, it's okay to eat mussels, it's not okay to eat mammals, because the latter do suffer and the former do not. It's like, after all, it's like eating salad. However, drawing a line at a suffering capability level is more reasonable, in philosophically speaking, than drawing it at the speech level, as René Descartes did. Another French, Jacques Derrida, maintained that we make too much of the ability to speak. And I will leave it at that really very often we just draw the line at this kind of speech ability, which again is a bit difficult because it's unattainable when we talk about our own caps. Likewise, Donna Haraway criticizes the opposition between nature and culture in her influential Simians, Cyborgs, and Women, the Reinvention of Nature, 1991. Oh, yes, sorry. This is it. In her book, she challenges traditional understandings of these concepts and proposes alternative frameworks that blur the boundaries between nature and culture, suggesting that they are not separate, but deeply intertwined. Haraway's work has had a significant impact on feminist theory, science studies, and post-humanist thought. Another interesting point comes from John Berger. John Berger wrote an essay called Why Look at Animals in 1980. And in this, he argues that the industrial ways, and I think this is very topical, the industrial ways have separated humans from animals. And the farmer is fond of pigs, but he sees no contradiction in slaughtering and eating them. But in a way, the farmer is also taking care of his pigs. And there is a kind of continuity between the life of the farmer and the life of the pig. Whereas in the mechanized farming system, this natural perspective is completely turned on its head, and the animal is turned into a commodity. Another important point that I will be using later in Berger's essay is that he talks of anthropomorphization and Disneyification of animals. In fact, whenever we think philosophically of animals, we must think of them in terms of analogy or difference. And this is quite natural and I think healthy. We feel compelled to attribute human characteristics to animals, such as human characteristics to animals, such as they are happy, unhappy, they are playing, they are having fun, they are, whatever. And such an analogy moves along a continuum that goes from anthropomorphism to mechanization of the animal. And mostly it is constructed as anthropomorphism, which can be naive, as in Disney films, or more critical, as in some novels, say for instance, Moby Dick, or I will give you a few examples later. R.K. Narayan is also talking about the tiger in a much more critical way. The adjective critical, which I will be using here, means that it engages the difference in a productive and conscious way. A way that is respectful of the difference and helps the readers to feel the difference, possibly enriching even the viewer's point of view, without doing any epistemic violence to the animal's otherness. A critical way of talking about animals in literature does what anthropology may do in literature. By the way, the opposite, this is an example of the way we read animals. Okay, we see smiling faces, whereas it is not to be taken for granted that the animals are actually smiling the way we would do. However, they are so cute that I could not resist inserting this slide. The opposite of anthropomorphism is interesting. It is zoomorphism. And that is a kind of, again, violent attitude. It's the situation when a human is likened to an animal. It's not always violent, but mostly it is. In this case, we find a crude analogy. He has a big face, for instance. A crude analogy, or a critical one. He swims like a dolphin. This is, however, hardly a favorable comparison. Animals are mostly thought inferior. I don't know if you have read this a few days ago. See, Donald Trump was being asked whether it is ethical to shell infrastructures, and he said, yes, it is, because they are animals. And now forget about the war itself, but the analogy with animals. So you see, I mean, the way he thinks, animals, you're always allowed to inflict any suffering on animals. They are animals, and therefore I can inflict any suffering on these people. But he used this even earlier, I found. This is 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago. And again, he was campaigning against migrants, and again, they are animals, and therefore I can inflict any sufferings. And I should not feel honor-bound to grant them human rights. That is the point. So this is, I'm not going farther than this into this direction, but I think it's interesting because it's part of our culture to speak or to think along these lines. So the problem with anthropomorphism obviously also is not only a problem of, say, general culture, it also extends to ethology. Scientists themselves must be cautious when they employ human language to describe patterns of behavior, you see. For instance, how do we understand the word play when it is connected to cabs? Okay. Or, you know, say, cat cabs play in the same way as human cabs do when they play together? Or what is the analogy? So it's a bit difficult, and also when one describes the feelings that animals may have, because some of the feelings that we have are culturally constructed, and certainly animals do not culturally construct feelings the same way we do. However, the perception of the animal in human culture, and I'm mostly interested in literature, moves along a kind of continuum. On the one hand, you have this temptation to anthropomorphize the animal. On the other hand, you have this temptation to mechanize the animal. Okay? So this is the Descartes viewpoint. The animal is just a kind of robot. It reacts that particular way because it is programmed to do that, on the other hand. And then in the middle, in a place which is not a point, you see, it's an area, you have this, what I call critical or dialectical way of relating to animals, where you understand that you can never fully understand or fully comprehend the animal difference. However, it is somehow, sometimes more similar to the human, sometimes, say, farther away from the human. And then, of course, you have these two opposites, which I called crude. Okay? And so this is crude anthropomorphism, where the animal is completely deprived of its own animalness, or its own dignity, if you want, and is made into a kind of human. This is what is also called Disneyification of the animal. This is not Disney, actually, this is Warner Bros. But anyway, it works just the same. And this is obviously mechanization of the animal, when the animal is just considered as a robot, or in this case, a kind of ring in the production of woolen clothes. Okay. And anthropomorphizing is the simplest way of, and then of course you have the dialectical area where the animal is respected as animal and but still retains its own animality. So anthropomorphizing is the simplest way of representing an animal viewpoint in stories. And it is unsurprising that those who need to tell a story rely on human devices and therefore anthropomorphize animals. I shall briefly sketch a short story from the Panchatantra to illustrate this principle. You probably know the story of the doves. They are very hungry. There's a group of doves, and they are flying in order to find some food. They are finding none, and suddenly they find a lot of grains in a very small space. Sure enough, they go down to this food, and they find that a hunter had spread a net underneath these grains in order to capture the animals. So what they do, they feel they are completely lost, but their leader, in a way, said, "Don't worry, just chill down, and what we should do is I will count to 3, and at 3 we must all fly up together." And sure enough, they do that, and they fly away with the net. Later on, they will ask a mouse to help them to get free from the net. And in this way, the hunter is losing not only the grains, but also the net. So this is a kind of, definitely, anthropomorphization of the story. And yeah, that's a very common one. This is an illustration of this story. On the other hand, I would like to read a poem by Tent Hughes, which is called Hawk Roosting, which in a way treats the hawk really like a kind of machine, as it were. Here it is. And it says, "I sit in the top of the wood, my eyes closed, in action. No falsifying dream between my hooked head and hooked feet, or in slippery hearse, perfect kills and eat. The convenience of vine trees, the air's buoyancy, and the sun's ray are of advantage to me, and the earth's face upward for my inspection. My feet unlocked on the rough bark, it took the whole creation to produce my food. My each feather, now I hold creation in my foot. Or fly up and revolve it all slowly. I kill where I please because it is all mine. There is no sophistry in my body. My manners are tearing off heads, the allotment of death. For the one path of my flight is direct through the bones of the living. No arguments assert my right. The sun is behind me. Nothing has changed since I began. My eye has permitted no change. I am going to keep things like this. So, obviously, the idea of speaking from the hawk's viewpoint in the first person is kind of anthropomorphizing him, but that's all the anthropomorphization that you find. Definitely, this is described as if it was a kind of killing machine and nothing else. There is no idea, what does it feel when you are flying? What does it feel when you are eating, or when you are feeling hungry, when you're not finding anything to feed upon? How does it feel to have cubs, etc.? So it's really just described like a machine. And yet, I'm not saying this is. They are both the Panchatantra story and this poem. They're both very good pieces of literature, in my opinion. So I'm not saying that when you're not in the critical area, you're not doing good literature. I'm just saying that culturally speaking, you are moving in one direction or another. Then you also have, in the Indian tradition, you certainly have the Jataka tales, And many of these have the stories of the Buddha when he was not yet a human being. And that's also very interesting. So there's one story, for instance, one of the earliest, that Bodhisattva was born as a monkey. And he was ruling over 80,000 monkeys. They lived in a spot near the Ganges and ate the fruit of a wonderful mango tree. And then King Brahmadatta from Benares, a human, desired to possess those mangoes and found out that the monkeys were actually eating it all. And so he sent his army to kill off the monkeys so that he could have the mangoes. So the army surrounded the tree, and the monkeys felt that they were doomed. However, Bodhisattva decided to save them, and with his own body, he connected that tree to another one, thus creating a kind of bridge for the monkeys to run away. This selfless act actually costed him the life because his cousin actually broke his spine as he was passing by. However, what happened is that Brahmadatta, when he saw the heroism and the courage and the selflessness of the monkey, decided not to eat those fruit anymore. After all, he did not really need that food that was supposed to be for the monkeys, and he ordered the Bodhisattva to receive royal funeral. So this is the sort of thing. But there are many Jataka stories which deal with them. I was just giving you one example. Now, what is interesting here is that even within the story itself, you have anthropomorphization, because certainly you have human characteristics. But the monkeys and their behavior is actually described as the real animal behavior. So the story, in a certain way, is trying to recuperate the midpoint between the two. Jataka also poses an interesting problem. The dichotomy, anthropomorphism versus mechanism or mechanization, holds up to a point, but it doesn't take into consideration the notion of reincarnation or metempsychosis. So the Western paradigm holds only in a Western perspective, if you like. It is difficult to follow it in a culture that believes in reincarnation. However, there are some cases which can be considered as a borderline. And I shall conclude this by talking about, again, as I said, R.K. Narayan's short novel entitled The Tiger for Margudi. And this is interesting because it has sometimes been criticized for anthropomorphizing the tiger too much. The story is actually told in the first person by an autodiegetic narrator who happens to be a tiger. And he lives in the Magudi Zoo. The tiger, at the time when he's telling his story, is very old and describes his new abode as a kind of house for elderly animals. Okay, he's a retired tiger to an extent. And actually the tiger is able to speak, though, I mean, the book is written in English, though we should think that the tiger is actually speaking in Tamil. And he has learned the language of the humans from his guru, whom he mentions always with the greatest respect. The guru was a sadhu who lived in the forest and took the tiger under his protection, teaching and enlightening him. Thus, not only is the tiger able to speak and understand human language, he is above all a tiger yogi, a wise animal, and speech just comes about as part of this enlightenment. It's actually a byproduct. The life of the tiger is divided into three parts in the novella. In the first part, he lives as an animal in the forest, caring only for beastly instincts. And this is indeed the least anthropomorphized part of the narrative. It is captivating for this very reason. Narayan really tried to step into the animality of the tiger, what it feels, what is hunger, what is urge for reproduction, what is urge for killing, and so on. And eventually, a hunter, a poacher, kills off the family's tiger. And again, he tries to describe the blind rage that the tiger feels at this. So at a certain point, the tiger ends up in a circus, and eventually he breaks off from the circus, and that is the moment when he meets his guru, and the guru takes the tiger to live with him in the forest, away from Malgudi, where people were not so happy to have a tiger as a next-door neighbor. The tiger even makes an earnest effort to eat as little as possible, but he confesses that he cannot make it to become vegetarian as he would have liked to be. And in the preface, this is interesting, Narayan justifies the realism of his narrative by explaining that he has heard more than once that sadhus acquired extraordinary powers, and among them the ability to speak with animals. And he says that this story is inspired by a picture that was famous in the papers in the 1980s, of a sadhu who went to the Kumbh Mela with a tiger, saying that he used to be his cousin or something like that. Okay. And anyway, a relative. And that the tiger would not hurt anyone, which he didn't actually. So this is the story. And the third part of the story is obviously less realistic, because the tiger thinks and acts like a chela to his guru. And yet this part, though exceptional, is grounded in the belief of reincarnation, which makes the story plausible if you accept this viewpoint. Only a critic that discounts reincarnation can blame the novel for anthropomorphizing the tiger. If anything, the discrepancy between reality and narrative lies in that there is no narrative. The tiger is simply thinking his story and addressing the reader as if he was really writing. That's the only thing that disturbs me as a literary critic, perhaps. But otherwise, the story is kind of plausible. And the tiger is indeed an animal whose spirit has grown beyond the usual dimension. He knows that he is an exceptional animal. But he says sadhus are also exceptional humans, after all. And if we can believe that a human may live like an animal, the tiger says, why not believing that an animal may live like a human? This is an abstract from the novella. And this is Narayan in his introduction to the story. It also occurred to me that with a few exceptions here and there, humans have monopolized the attention of fiction writers. Man, in his smugness, never imagines for a moment that other creatures may also possess ego, values, outlook, and the ability to communicate, though they may be incapable of audible speech. Man assumes he is all important, that all else in creation exists only for his sport, amusement, comfort, or nourishment. Valmiki, the greatest of poets who composed the Ramayana, cried out when he noticed the agony of a bird whose mate was shot down by a hunter. So this is the kind of outlook that Narayan was actually having. and then this is the tiger speaking, just to give you an example. You're not likely to understand that I am different from the tiger next door, that I possess a soul within this forbidding exterior. I can think, analyze, judge, remember, and do everything you can do, perhaps with greater subtlety and sense. I lack only the faculty of speech, but if you could read my thoughts, you would be welcome to come in and listen to the story of my life. So this is how the story is actually introduced. So rather than criticizing the anthropomorphization of the story, it's interesting, in my opinion, to consider it in the terms suggested by Singer. The difference between humans and animals is a difference in our concerns. However, Narayan, as a Hindu, contends that there is no reason why a tiger cannot share those universal concerns which humans sometimes consider. Singer and Narayan certainly would agree that there is no justification for the human superiority complex and no justification for inflicting pain to the animals. Thank you. So I'm happy I could stay within the allotted time. And I would be very grateful if you could give me any feedback or any response on these ideas that I've been expounding.
Now the panel is open for discussions, and I request the audience to present their questions to our honorable keynote speaker.
Hello, sir. Basically, in primate studies or in primatology, scientists assume since gorillas, they are almost 97 to 98% compatible to humans in terms of DNA. So that is why certain attributes of them, they are almost similar to the humans. And they believe that more than chimpanzees, gorillas, their emotional connections to their family, to their clans, it is almost similar to the humans. And it is not wholly refuted by any other scientists. There is a text, Congo, written by Michael Crichton. He also emphasizes on this point. Now, being a scientist themselves and their critical analysis being true, do you think that maybe, just maybe, their analysis can be objective, but there are certain subjectivity to find a voice? Since gorillas can speak, so maybe their analysis may be a bit biased.
That's a very interesting question. You know Linnaeus. Linnaeus is the one man at the end of the 18th century who invented the modern classification of species. So whenever you have any animal or even any plant, it has that scientific name. The scientific name is usually in Latin. It's the name that Linnaeus gave according to his way of classifying animals, or any species really, okay? So you have, for instance, Homo sapiens, or Canis for dog, whatever. Now, the fox is Canis vulpis, for instance. I mean, they just change. So you have the first name and the second name. Now, this is how he was working. And according to his own method, he should have considered the humans in the same species as the chimpanzee. But he could not bring himself to do that. So he created a species apart for humans, saying that they belong to no other existing genus. Okay. It's interesting because it was partly a way to have his own way of conducting scientific inquiry accepted. Because if he said that humans are, after all, within this chain, and people would have discarded his own way of thinking. So the exceptionality of the humans was very important to him. But he certainly was also offering some. He himself was probably not ready to accept the idea that humans are, after all, so close to other animals. So science is very often a product of culture in many ways. You see, in the 1930s, when the Nazi scientists were under pressure to find a scientific evidence for racism, they found plenty. Now, any scientist who would come up with any racist idea would be sent away from the academia. And so certainly you cannot say that anymore. The society is actually pressurizing scientists in so many ways. So when it comes to scientific definition of what is animal and what is not, or how close humans are to other species, this or that, certainly there is obviously always some, maybe huge parts of truth, but certainly our culture and our biases as a society must be taken into consideration.
Good morning, sir. My question is regarding the veganism. Do you think is it really possible to follow full veganism, which is I think is a utopian thought, which is very often driven by religious morality. So, do you think is it possible to follow veganism?
Well, that's very difficult. Possible means many things. There are humans who live only on a vegan diet and they thrive. So if you say possible in that sense, well, yes, it is possible. And you can thrive on a vegan diet. That is for sure. And when the question is it possible to convince all 8 billion of humans to go vegan? Well, then it's another matter. Okay. You can hardly convince 8 billion humans to do almost anything, I would say. However, let's put it like this. We are in front of a kind of crisis. Veganism has two bases. Okay. One is this, say, derives from this philosophical approach to ethics that I sketched, which goes down to Berger and the idea is that humans have no right to exploit animals. The other one is that animal farming is too water intensive and CO2 intensive and earth intensive to be sustainable. So there are two very different reasons, if you like, for veganism. Now, the first certainly will not convince all the people. The second might compel a number of people to opt for plant-based food. Though certainly not all or not in the next 2 or 3 generations, at least.
Sir, I would like to ask you a question. You said that Disney films and cartoon representations of animals, they are really anthropomorphic and kind of an example of human superiority complex. But some would argue that they also kind of work in creating empathy in younger children for animals. So what's your take on that?
Well, the point is, I think that Disneyification is a kind of epistemic violence towards animals. Because even if you make them nice to children, they're not empathizing with the animal, they are empathizing with the idea of animals that is peddled by the Disney film. So it's like, when you have a pet, you may have a pet because you understand the animal, and then you can create a kind of human-animal relationship. Or you can have a pet because you want to boast it off with your friends, and you want a playmate, but maybe that animal doesn't want to be your playmate. So in that case, you are doing some kind of violence to the animal. And the same thing is with these films. I think that they're not really promoting love for animals or understanding for animal alterity. They are just promoting the idea that animals are funny and can be used as pets. So mostly, I mean, there can be, obviously there can be exceptions, and you could probably point out to people who have grown to become great animal lovers starting from Disney films, that is absolutely possible. But Disney films are actually commodifying animals as much as the, say, meat industry is.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question. If animals are always represented through human language and imagination, can literature ever truly present a non-human perspective, or does it inevitably become anthropomorphic?
This is the great limitation that we have, and this is obviously a problem that we have when we are trying to represent anything which is not exactly ourselves. But even when I am trying to represent another human who is not myself, or another human, say, from another community, or, I am doing at least a little bit of epistemic violence. So this epistemic violence is, in a way, unavoidable, I think. But still, I don't think that this is a huge problem, as long as, one, we are aware of that, so we know that we can talk about animals, and that there is always a gap between human language and animality. Okay? So this gap is always there. Still, it's a very good exercise for humans to try and step in the shoes of a horse, as it were. So try to imagine life from a different perspective and try to acknowledge our own liminality in the ecosystem. So I think, yes, a little bit of epistemic violence is unavoidable when we're using our language. But I think that it is not a problem.
Thank you, sir. I have a previous question. To add that how might the advances in AI modeling of animal cognition that receive the debate between anthropomorphic and mechanistic interpretation of animal behavior?
Sorry, I could not understand the question because the voice was blowing back.
To add on the previous question,
Yeah.
I want to add that how might advances in AI modeling of animal cognition this reshape the debate between anthropomorphic and mechanistic interpretation of animal behavior?
What do you mean by cognition? Like cognition, I mean animal consciousness.
Yes, using the AI tools.
Really, now this is a problem with Donna Hathaway. I like her book, Cyborg, Simians, etc., about the post-human. But she brought together these two things in the name of anthropomorphism, both moving towards animals and moving towards computers. In my opinion, they are two completely different things. I don't think that there is any, I understand that both can be called, go beyond humanism, okay? So post-humanism in a word. But the post-humanism that goes towards the cyber and the post-humanism that goes towards animals are actually going into completely different directions. So, and yet, when you talk about the post-human, you always have to ask, well, which post-human are you talking about? And sometimes it's both, which makes no sense to me. Okay. Now I'm warming up. Sorry, it's really, you know, as a scholar working on these things, I really don't like this confusion about the two things. Now, when it comes to AI, the problem is that AI so far is created or taught, especially, I mean, you're probably talking about large language models, okay, so generative AI. Now, generative AI is instructed with human writing or transcription of human speaking, but mostly, and so it is inherently, essentially human. It's even more human in a way than any person sitting in this room, because we also have animal feelings. We have animal contiguities. We feel things that animals feel. Okay, we may be angry, we may be hungry, we may be, you know, a lot of things which are typically animals. AI cannot have that. So AI is only based on the production of our brains, of our speeches, and in this way, it's even more human than human themselves. So my first, how to say, instinctive reaction is I don't think that AI can help us much in the way of moving beyond the human in the direction of animals. But maybe you have another idea, I don't know.
Thank you so much, everyone. We have now reached the limit of the allotted time for this interactive session. Thank you, everyone, for your beautiful questions, and sir, for your insightful responses. I would like to thank you again for pointing out the interconnectedness of the natural systems and the arbitrariness of the security complex of human beings, and also how anthropomorphism and mechanism both are extreme ways to deprive animals of their subjectivity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your very intelligent questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and insightful responses. Now, we would like to begin the plenary session. For the plenary session, I would like to request Professor Vescovi to chair the session. Now, we have Dr. Binayak Roy, Associate Professor of English, University of North Bengal, as our plenary speaker. I would like to request Dr. Roy to take the seat on the dais. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce Dr. Roy. Binayak Roy teaches at the Department of English, University of North Bengal. His research interests include literary theory, post-colonial literatures, the Indian English novel, and Bengali cinema. He has done his PhD on the novels of Amitabh Ghosh and has published articles in journals like Post-Colonial Text, South Asian Review, Asiatic, NJES, ANQ, Asian Cinema, Film International, Studies in South Asian Film and Media, etc. He has recently co-edited a special issue on Amitabh Ghosh for post-colonial text. His works has been published by international publishing houses like Bloomsbury, Routledge, and other leading American university presses. Now, I request Professor Vescovi to conduct the session.
Really a privilege for me to chair this session, not only because Dr. Binayak is a very sound scholar, but also because he's a very good friend. So we have been working together on and off for the last 6 or 7 years. 10 years. We're getting older than I would like to acknowledge. And so it's really very, very moving for me to be chairing this session. And I will leave you to his own words.
I'm very uncomfortable with the mic. It may create sound pollution. Is it fine? Thank you very much, Surya College, my colleagues and friends here. It's always a homely feeling to be here, anytime, every time. And I was just wondering why this resurgence in animal studies has actually dominated the academic scene for the past few years. One might be this, thanks to one of my friends' WhatsApp status last evening. I took a screenshot and I thought of using it here because of the Anthropocene or SIN scene, whatever you may call it, and maybe because of the Hindi film Animal, which was released maybe 2 years ago. And I just begin with 2 anecdotes. One YouTube feed which I came across 2 or 3 evenings earlier. That was from a film by Satyajit Ray called Contiguities, The Adversary in English. And there was this famous interview scene where Siddhartha, the protagonist, Didiman Chatterjee, he was facing the interview and he was asked by an Englishman who was on the other side of the table, who was the British Prime Minister at the time of independence. And Siddhartha's question was very subtle but very intriguing. Whose independence, sir? The Englishman said, our independence. Now, of course, the prime question is representation. Whose independence, whether it is from the English perspective or from the Indian/Bengali perspective. The second one was a conversation I was having with Professor John Thiem 10 years earlier about a book on animals in African literature, and the book was titled The Post-Colonial Animal. And Thiem's reaction was, does the animal know that it's post-colonial? So obviously, the question of representation goes on. And when I was just thinking about this topic a few days earlier, I got the impression from my limited academic perspective that animals have been represented since the earliest times of literature. Be it Homer, be it the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, every time, in all possible contexts. Because it was, according to legend, a wolf who mothered Romulus, quote unquote mothered, and Romulus was the one who established Rome, if I'm not wrong. And, of course, it was a Trojan horse which led to a great war in ancient times, according to Homerian epic. So obviously, animals have been represented throughout human history, and I don't want to begin with the Trojan horse. I begin with texts which many of our students here and young scholars are very much acquainted with. The first, of course, the Romantic poets and Romantic poetry. Now, we have known that many romantic poems exist on our syllabus. So students who are not yet acquainted, you may go through it. Because one of the first questions I asked to my PG students was, you may make a short paper for your wall magazine on the bird poems you have read in your or from your syllabus. Now, of course, the romantic writers, they have always been occupied with the question of permanence and evanescence, because they have always been exposed to and they have always thought about the question of flux. And that is why they're craving for fixity, which is articulated through beauteous but abstract forms of the birds. Birds are, of course, objects of beauty. But remember, in romantic poetry, they are always abstract. Be it nightingale. Now, from one particular perspective, May acts as the spokesperson of the author, because Amitabh Ghosh, in spite of all the discussions that he's a postmodernist writer, he's a post-colonial writer, he's basically a humanist. And May is the prime humanist voice in the narrative. The only thing is that she did one taken up by one ethical perspective, taken up by Ghosh for presenting riots in South Asia. It just reminds me of the novel by Babsi Sidhwa, Ice Candy Man. The entire perspective was from a Parsi. Neither a Hindu nor I have an idea that her intervention might lead to Philip's death. But of course, the fact that she is a humanist is manifested in the statement when she urges Philip to go and save the dog, and when she urges Philip to go and save that non-Haitian grandfather, Jatamoshai, and Khalil, the rickshaw puller. She had no idea that if Philip jumped, like Lord Trim's jump in Conrad's novel, it may lead to harakiri or suicide. But Philip knew it. And that is why years later she confesses to the narrator that yes, he committed suicide in his act. So May is a figure who is a humanist, which transcends all boundaries of the nation and all rigid perspectives of nationalism. So from that perspective, in spite of all allegations against her, she is a prime embodiment of humanism in the novel. Unlike the other two women characters, May and Ila, who are Indians who travel almost all around the world. Ila does, but Ila travels nowhere because of a lack of engagement and lack of mature perspective.
Now we move forward to the 15-minute interactive sessions and the panels.
Anupta is very much on time.
Extend my thanks to all the speakers. Both their addresses or presentations were very fascinating. Some presentations together. First of all, a candid admission, reflection that this is not my forte. I'm not very familiar with animal studies in any of its manifestations. But I think, what emerges from the discussions and the discipline, we have to accept contradictions. Because not only as embodied in the language or in the linguistic structure, thoughts about the structure of the world that we live in, the perceptive world. And if I focus first on the more immediate, practical, quote unquote, real play, and that we confront every day, then that would be questions asked by the student, that everything could be made to us. If you ask me to be a vegan, whether this is possible, yeah, it may be possible. If you ask me to be a vegetarian, whether it is possible or not, I would say it's possible. Or whatever else that you can think of in terms of possibility. But I think I would like to draw a distinction, a subtle distinction between possibility and feasibility and sustainment. So when you cited the problem of our world, the adverse or not so acceptable embrace of the modern perspective, because our continuing human population, and it's more the humans of the human animals that are, doing all the havoc. Think of, you don't have to even go so far to think of the raging words, but the violence that you commit every day in terms of gender and sexuality, in the name of religion or faith, in terms of. So that is one first level of reality that we can engage with, possible and what is sustainable, and even the disconnect between what you say, what you write, or what you write about, and what you do or practice, I mean, outside this theater. Because after this engagement, maybe I might be just thinking of a partner portion that I will have at home, right? As a goal. So, no, we cannot just sneak into anyone's kitchen and throw up, prohibitions and prescriptions and restrictions about food as not about other things, many other things at the same time. The other level that I'm trying to enter into in terms of understanding, because I'm not really exposed to the spirit. My fields are different, but as you say, ma'am, definitely we are trying to engage with every kind of discipline and collapsing the boundaries between disciplines. That is the problem of representation, right? This representation, because we are very much used to one kind of language, and I would like to innovate a different language point which would draw us closer to the language. So sensitivity to, and it's totally different, where you wondered about how to, as Binayak said, how to get them, into terms of expression. So language keeps changing, and language keeps changing not only because of political, social realities. Yeah, social and political realities can also definitely induct into themselves, the animal reality, animal, specificities of this. So representing point, if you look at the otherness of the other, there are ethical questions. Not only the one has to vote, but we can even come farther down the timeline to our times, and then ethics, how to appreciate and how to respect the otherness of the people. But when still, I acknowledge the multiplicity of the human reality and social and political domains. Yet, this is somewhat familiar because we are engaging once again in a language, either through interpretation or, but there are many tribes, there are many indigenous communities where even this language doesn't work. So, language, I think, comes first, more from whatever I've learned from discussions of the questions asked, the questions asked. And we should focus more on the language, the syntax, the diction of, because graphic novels are problem, right? The other kinds of texts are in their own texts because, the visuals or the, other performance forms are different. And just my thoughts, I was trying to meet the two fascinating presentations together and just wanted to respond to it. No questions, thank you very much.
May I, Madam Convener, just to add to Ashish's observation, it begins with the Mughal story. The narrator, an adult narrator, trying to delve deep into the mind of the boy, the infant, who was trying to quackle. Can that say be applied if we are representing animal voices in literature? The only voices that we read in literature are the onomatopoeic sounds. As lovely she mentioned, Rikki-tikki-tavi, the snake hissed, the snake made this particular sound, or the dog cried, or the dog yelled, but it's his or her own perspective. That's the question, and that's the task this seminar would, of course, take forward.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. Ashish sir has pointed out a very pertinent issue. He has summarized what you are all talking about and you are thinking regarding the representation. As Binayak has just pointed out that we need a different kind of language, a different way of representation. The problem of relation between animal and human is that how far the notion of ethicality will go and where it ends and how far it is extended empathy. That is the problem. Now, very power of language. I mean, language, the moment we give stress on language, and then we are actually talking of its limitedness, in the sense that let us cross from that I am being represented by a vast world which we have not intersected or entered in. When I enter in a forest, I will listen to the sounds. I will listen to the silence. So the silence will be a language to replace the kind of language, the archival language. I am using the word archival from the point of view of Diana Taylor's notion of archival report here. With too much archival process of talking of language and representing, whether it is Disney way of doing thing or a kind of colonial or post-colonial way of doing thing, that actually creates a problem because we are also understanding that we cannot do away with a cartoon. Now, our students are pointing out, because the doubt it was there in her mind that when a child is actually getting pleasure from Tom and Jerry cartoons, to acknowledge. One way of doing it to be having a kind of spiritual notion that we are all part of this. If we, first of all, let us be silent, not to talk and think and interpret the language in whatever way possible. That can be one way of hissing sound could be there, gil could be there, or only the onomatopoeia, as you have rightly pointed out. That can be one of the responses. The report here kind of in the gesture, okay, the somatic, all these aspects, if we bring back these things, then I think we can rethink about this dialectics of animal and the human world. The moment we are trying to search for alternative work representation, we are again falling into the groove of, who is more powerful and who is not. This can be one of the ways. I'm just contemplating about the things.
And the question is, do you think it is the politics of language to call in the dog it instead of him or her?
Gender, you ascribe to the dog. Is it a male or a female or a neutral gender? Now, of course, there have been instances where animals have been called it, he, or she. Now, here in snake, I just presented the slide earlier. The snake is called he in masculine terms. But a few lines later, it is called my snake. That might be a sense of possession. That might be a sense of appreciation of its beauty, or I should say his beauty. Now, the first question, well, two books come to my mind. The first I read a few days earlier, recent publication by Binayak and his Philosophy of the Garden. The gardener, when he is digging the ground, he looks at many secret worlds which are yet to be discovered. And in the secret world, he thinks that took me back to Conrad's Lord Jim. The entire narrative is structured around two animals, or two creatures, I should say. One is a butterfly, the other is a beetle. And there are two characters, Brearley and Brown, if I remember correctly. One is a dreamer, one is a beetle. The narrative champions the beetle. That's why Brearley commits suicide, but Brown emerges as the triumphant hero. And Lord Jim, his entire journey, his entire lifespan is actually a sojourn from being a butterfly to that of a beetle. So it is just a way of what perspectives, what dialectical interplay is there in a narrative. It's not about fascination for butterflies or fascination for beetles. Even a hawk is fascinating. But even a butterfly, it may mislead. It just depends upon the context.
Any further questions?
So as you pointed out, shadow lines about the law that was killed for to release it from its suffering. And it also brought to my mind about the euthanization that's done to horses and buffaloes when they're injured and they're not really that is recently being done in order to release them or maybe not to let the future generations suffer. So what I found was how humans justified their interaction with animals to take such measures, and if they are justified, then the question arises: who are we to decide their fate? And if we are to their fate and let them suffer more?
Well, case of providing utility may kill the dog to relieve. Now you shouldn't say eat, because he would just catch me unawares, but relieve him of the pain. But violence to animals in any form is of course a crime. But mace was an ethical act, because the dog was going to die. But from the other perspective, why this act of mercy killing, or why this point, it came to my mind because I read a few days earlier in a newspaper about the mercy killing. It was in the headlines for some reason. Now, what about mercy killing done to relatives or your family members, knowing full well that this person, if his or her life goes on continuing, it will cause him or her more pain, nothing else. So forget about utility. Forget about the fact of being functional and functionalism. This act, is it ethical or is it a violence? That's open to debate. But if you ask me, of course. But when you find yourself in a street chased by a bull or a cow, and if you see a bull approaching you with his or her two beautiful weapons, the two horns, what would your act be? Would you stay there? Would you escape? Or would you try to just fight with that particular animal or commit violence to it? That depends on your instinct.
Hello. So, when we are talking about voice and representation of anyone, but voice is also not being spoken, but also about being heard or recognized. And in a society which is already dependent on power, and a society which always works on the basis of caste and gender, my question is, how much voice, how much neutral will be that voice or representation of it?
My question to you is, does an animal have a caste?
No, I'm talking
It depends on how ethical, how much of affection does the person have for the dog or the animal. Whenever there is a question, it's just a matter of being hospitable, being welcome to that particular creature who might be other in theoretical terms, who might be alive from the perspective of a humanist. So we must be as open, as neutral as possible in listening to the other. Be it an animal, be it a subaltern character, be it any kind of life form. Be it a mite, be it a speck, be it a bug, or be it a butterfly. Openness is the key, and that's why my title is The Openness of Ethics.
Binayak sir?
Yes, sir.
Our question is, sorry sir, that working with the ancestral, and my name is passing by, naturally you will also imbibe a kind of caste, and you will inject the caste into that ancestral. Like just you work with the Navy way.
So let me correct you on that. Navy is a pejorative term.
Okay.
I always call it Rhodesian.
Okay.
Alsatian, Rhodesian.
That is okay. Rhodesian should not.
Society. Be it Anglophilia or anything like that. But when you call a dog a Rhodesian, you're actually elevating it in my own person, in your own eyes.
Rhodesian finds back.
Yes.
Ethics representation is not only an ethics towards the representative ones, but also towards your readers, the writing or whatever. Because it is more ethical, you have a responsibility also towards those who are reading what you say. So that's why actually this day, in a way, is an ethical, not so much against animals themselves, but against children who are watching this, to whom that particular way of styling animals is actually representing something not quite
Thank you, sir, for this many interactive sessions. We will now take a short tea break and then we'll begin with the first technical session of the seminar from 12:30 p.m. sharp. Please listen to me carefully. Simultaneously, we will have 1B SKSMH in the first floor of the administrative law and 2 online sessions, that is 1C will be held in IQAC room and the other one are requested
and outgrows itself. This very character of Mahavidyalaya, it resists any such closure. Rather, here the interaction is free and familiar. The man-animal interaction is free and familiar. On the other hand, in Nagamandala, the serpent's ability to assume human form destabilizes identity as its mission, and Rani's desire to participate in this form of becoming, it exceeds any social regulation and dissolves the binaries between human and animal. It redefines subject position as relational and procedural. Here identity is discrete across narratives. Serpent in Nagamandala, Rani in Nagamandala, Hayavadana, the title character from Hayavadana. The serpent performs humanity, Rani performs fidelity, Hayavadana performs incompleteness. But these performances never reveal any essential underlying, but its absence. The characters are always haunted by their absence. So that in this place, the categorical human is never emerged or never emerges as a center, but as a threshold, a constant negotiation between various forms of life. It occupies a radically decentered subject. Human position is never ever centered, especially in these two works by Carnot. What Carnot seeks to stage is not about reconciliation, but a kind of unpacking. Hence, the place of a kind of, there emerges a kind of post-human conjugation or conjunction, so to say, where subjectivity or subject position is remapped, reimagined, and always remains open-ended. Therefore, in these works by Carnot, the category called human is never ever given, rather it is always remained in question.
Thank you, for your keeping the time for your presentation. Actually, it was very interesting in this past.
Sure.
It's absolutely interesting. Now it's time to turn on Mahavidyalaya, who is assistant professor of political science at Binayak College, and it's already question. Part of the
for 2 minutes. Okay, apology to everyone. Please. Just 2 minutes.
Be sure that you record this. Load the
Slideshow.
We will do that.
Sorry.
Sorry, but it was for the press.
Thank you all for your support. Sorry once again.
Okay, so I haven't announced Mahavidyalaya. He will be speaking about exactly Vescovi inside the animal rights movement.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Borna Bhattacharjee and I'm an assistant professor of political science, and for almost last 1 decade I have been studying the animal rights movement. So this paper is actually a small part from the study I am doing. I have been interviewing the animal rights activists across India and have been trying to understand their beliefs, their understanding, and their work, etc. So I have conducted in-depth interviews with semi-structured questionnaires with 40 activists who belong to wildlife protection, animal welfare, vegan movement, primarily these 3 groups. Here I have done a narrative analysis of those interviews to locate patterns and themes. The research problem of this paper particularly is how the activists understand animal rights. I'm investigating the conceptual framework of animal rights activists of India belonging to the 3 different groups and with regard to the question of animal rights. So they were asked for their understanding. They were asked questions like, what do you mean by animal rights? What do you think of animal suffering? And what do you think of these other ideological groups? So before I get into my findings, I would like to talk about research on the newspaper articles published in the UK on veganism, and they found like over 80% of the articles have showed veganism in a very negative light. They pointed out the resistance to veganism through various means, such as they will ridicule the vegans or they will call the lifestyle as ascetic, impossible, etc. Later on, many other studies have been conducted. They have found this kind of resistance amongst other sections of the society, including the right wing. So when I started to work, I found, not in all, but in some of my respondents, there was a presence of vegaphobia. There was a presence of dislike or something about veganism. This was a major divergence from the findings of the studies done in the West on animal rights movement. Because there, for example, every kind of field they are working in, they all were vegan, and it was almost like a prerequisite for being an animal rights activist. So in India, I found that they have opposition to veganism on a few points. Like, first of all, the personal choice, the most common one. Here I have mentioned the responses I got from two of the respondents. One who is a vegetarian by her choice but is not willing to ask her husband to become vegetarian because she says he has his own logic, I can't force him. Another man, he told what we eat and what, this is an individual decision. Then I met a conservationist who felt that these vegan activists are getting into this controversial food choices just to gain fame. They are not trying to do any effective activism. They are, on the other hand, they are actually creating a scenario where the animal rights movement in all over is losing the popular support. Then another activist, she mentioned that it is a utopia, it is not possible. You cannot have a vegan world, this is not possible. And she mentioned of like that there is a popularity of non-vegan trends like Korean food and other things amongst the youth, and for the rest there are societal and health concerns. Objections like they were saying that the idea, it is how it is presented that is a matter of concern. So they were talking about vegan activists who are forcing or mocking non-vegans for their lifestyle choices, and they are calling it a detriment to the cause of animal rights. So they, you can see there is a statement made by one of my respondents. She is saying the approach taken by vegan people is a bit extreme, but some are okay. Then she is saying you can't force anyone, you should inspire the change within others. So something that we need to note here, that she is admitting that she has met different kinds of vegans, but still the four vegans, that is like forcing or choice, such things. Then this is not, I should mention here that this was not something that I felt or got from every respondent I talked to. There were other respondents, especially from those who work with multiple category of species of animals. Their views were much more comprehensive. For example, this is a statement made by an organization that works in welfare sectors. She made a very nice statement that keeping a bird in a cage, whether it is a parrot or a chicken, is a sin against the living. So they are talking about that the different concerns of different ideological streams in trying to live with the freedom of their natural instinct in use. Some of them talked about their own personal experiences where they have been rescuing dogs and then killing another animal. So they talked about such things. Now, as far as I am concerned, I am not dragging the things to this word hypocrite. And the reason, oh my God, I had a chart which has disappeared somehow. Okay, so when I talked to the animal rights activists, I asked them about what do you understand by animal rights. So the different answers they made, these 3 points made over 70% of it. They talked about right to life. This was the most talked about right. So they would all talk about right to life. They would just use this statement, right to life or be heard, etc. Then they would talk about right to freedom. I didn't use the word right to liberty because what they were talking about, it was freedom. They talked about the right of the animal to live a free life, total liberation from objectification. This is an important point. Freedom from, by the conservationists who are talking about the habitat rights. So these are the things, and then when they were talking about it, they were talking about it very passionately. They were talking about no, animals should not be hurt. A life is a life. A life is a life. This is a statement made by many of the respondents who themselves are not vegan. Due to an ideological inconsistency. There were inconsistencies. Activists will oppose puppy mills, will oppose commercial breeding of dogs and cats, but won't say anything about animal farming where the same thing is happening. Okay, then absence of clarity was there. For a same species, a same person can have different approaches in different situations. So they will oppose hunting, they will oppose the sacrifice of animals, but they won't oppose eating animals. And when they were making these statements, I felt that there was some kind of confusion amongst them. Well, this kind of confusing statements were being made. Now I talked to a few vegan activists, how they look at it, and they made 2 points. Number one is lack of interaction with different species may reinforce social bias towards a particular species. And there is a statement made by one of my respondents to that effect. That was her own personal experience. And then another one made a very interesting point, that is morality of convenience. It is easy for one to act morally if they, he, she is not involved in that act in question. So it is easy to question hunting, but it is difficult to question consumption because I am involved in it. So my finding is that the problem that I found, that this welfare or conservation or veganism in India, these terms are not used as ideological classifications. They are used to denote which species of animal the activist is working with. So veganism is not being perceived as an ideology of animal rights against speciesism by the Indian welfarists and conservationists, but it is and attacks the dietary choices. That was my finding, and with that I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting survey that you have been presenting. I would have questions afterwards. And now I will present the third speaker, Joaquin Roy-Mistress, who is a research scholar at the University of Bengal. And he is an expert of cinema, and he will be talking about positive American who wanted the Walking Man 1979 as equal cinema. Here. I think it works.
Okay. Thank you, organizers, and thank you, Professor Vescovi. Relatability is like Dr. Shomodip Ghosh, is very much known to all of us. I mean, sometimes they feature in our curriculum. I mean, plays of Girish Karnad and all, and it becomes difficult for me as I noticed from my experience, personal experience, that time is finished as I get to my point, because before I give the big account of whom I am working on, time gets just finished. So Aravindan, who is Aravindan? G. Aravindan is an Indian new wave filmmaker whose duration is 1935 to 1991, And in his 20 to 25 years long career, he made at least 11 feature films, some short films, and a few documentaries as well. And most of the films by Indian new wave filmmakers like G.R. himself and Mani Kaur and Kumar Shahari, they are trying to raise in the cinematic art. But this is a part of my PhD thesis. This is my second body of works of Indian new wave films. But I have noticed that the text humanist narratives as well, given the cinematic art, given the film aesthetics. So, Arvindan's text, when I'm doing with Kumarji, why is it important? I mean, why Kumarji is important in today's scenario of the Anthropocene? My research primarily is dependent on Dipesh Chakraborty's whole thesis. So I will be recurringly addressing that text as a primary text. Why Kumarji? May I just go to the second slide? Yes. This is from the third thesis. In the fourth thesis, what Dipesh actually does is he points out the limitations of the humanist model of humanist mode of reading the history, reading our past. The limitations of concentrating solely on the capitalist mode of reading, the mode of reading. Dipesh goes back to the prehistorical and deep historical time frames where humans used to exist as a partner of other species as well. Now, in my presentation, what in Kumarji is the question. In the existing readings of Kumarji, one would find the speakers, I mean those who are talking on Kumarji, they're speaking solely on Aurobindo's uses of the myth, folklores, and local identity as a children's film exploring the urgency of imagination in childhood. While these readings are all fine and in some way complementary to my reading as well, I find something beyond this limited framework, and that is the post-humanist understanding as we can see in Kumarji. What is Kumarji? Kumarji is a person who generally features in the folklores of that particular region where this film is situated, that is Kerala. And it is most of the times, Kumarji is a trickster, a magician. So what happens in this film? There is a village in the Malabar region of Kerala, and in that village, you do not find the temporal markers of historical, no modern, all open, and there is no boundary, right? And secondly, yes, the only modern and temporal marker, as you can say, is a school there. There is a school. Students go to the school, and even then, you cannot really reduce that which is that particular school belongs to. Is it post-independence India or pre-independence India? So there is this shadowy nature of representation. Now, this person, this trickster, Kumarji, he visits the village. And in the village, he encounters the village children. And I'm telling a very long story, different animals. This is the school. Yes. Yes. So, after transfiguring them, a group of children from the village, Kumati reverses them as well, except for the protagonist of the story, that is Chinda. Chinda becomes a dog, and after becoming dog, Chinda runs away. See, Kumati is singing a song saying, "Run around and play, happy children." Right? These are the children who have been transfigured into these animals. Now Chinda runs away and goes to the city, right? And in the city, Chinda encounters a family, and he is captured, lovingly captured by the daughter in the family. He is chained and he falls ill. Then a doctor visits. He is taken care of by the doctor, and the family, the father of that daughter, says that this is a country dog. I will get you. He takes the name of a specific, I forgot the particular name, the Greek name, and then he lives a few days with his family as a dog, right? And we get him back into humanity, to human figure. Chinda, who had a pet parrot, he uncased it, right? Now, what is with this? The thing is, how Aurobindo makes this decentered humanist position possible through his cinematic art. If I could have shown you the clips, a few clips, then you would have seen the scheme of mise-en-scène. Mise-en-scène means whatever you see on screen, whatever. The props, the characters, the background, whatever you see on screen, it comes from the theater studies, whatever you see on stage. If I could have shown you the scheme of Aurobindo's mise-en-scène, then you could have seen how Aurobindo embeds his human characters within the backdrop of nature. I mean, from using long shots sometimes, invisible, right? It is all about the nature, the very location, right? And secondly, is the couple of songs in the film, and those songs feature what in Dipesh Chakraborty's view I say an ancient time, the deep historical time, right? On the tree were birds, one bird, two birds, then the three birds, and many birds. And likewise, I'm sorry, Kumati is giving a cosmology, right? A cosmology of the world in his own view. The cosmology, in the cosmological songs where there is no human, right? He is referring to a particular moment in history, in the deep history, where only these trees and birds and beagles and elephants, all of them were there, right? And the trace of human being is completely absent. So this is my presentation where Aurobindo produces this post-humanist subjectivity. I mean, how animals are subject to entrapment. Not only the animals are subject to entrapment, but as well as the humans are as well the subject to entrapment. just for my last example, and that is the school part, just for the, yes. In one of them, in the very first one, which is this, the school teacher, you see, no, not in here, yes, this one. All political parties put forward their best candidates. And then in another, this fourth thesis, it talks about a complex of human domination. That is, the human do not solely put its domination over the other, right? There is a complex of humanity, dominant humanity. It includes technology as well, right? So in my actual chapter when I'm developing it, I read teaching, educating childhood as a form of technologizing the mind, right? Where they're being schooled in an anthropogenic way, right? And the knowledge regarding the animal world, microbes, bacteria, in some other thing, in another dialogue there is the knowledge about the animals, right, is basically a vehicle with which the humanity possesses it. So slightly from this humanist way of looking at animals, Aurobindo produces a subject who is post-humanist and acts out in that way. Thank you. And I'm very sorry for my performance anxiety.
Okay, so thank you very much. The next speaker is Binayak, which is a research fellow at NBU, Bengal University, and he has a very interesting title, I Forbid You to Love. Fortunately, there's a subtitle which goes Human Problems and Their Animal Solutions in Tonkin, Peter Rosten, Farm, and Alessandro and Felix the Lex Animal Cancer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor Vescovi and my fellow panelists. Thank you, dear audience, for being here. It's an honor to be presenting paper before you. The title has already been presented with you, so there's no point in reiterating it. Now, when George Orwell wrote Animal Farm back in 1945, he cautioned his readers and by that extension the world about the potential evils that individuals with absolute power possess, thereby affecting the entire fabric of a civil human society. However, right-wing politics combined with a slew of human and fundamental rights violations puts before us the question of whether Orwell's message was just a precautionary tale for all ages, or was it simply meant to criticize the excesses of the world's socialist governments at the time. Now, humans have had a long history of using allegorical tales to convey messages that would otherwise go unnoticed or unattended. Aesop's fable being a case in point. Therefore, at the time when propaganda movies rage, misinformation flows rampantly, and public sentiments are dictated by what's being consumed, Tom King's Animal Pound and Xavier Doris and Felix Deleb's Animal Castle, which are two works that have been heavily inspired by Animal Farm, explore the themes of freedom, repression, identity politics, values, and non-bound begins with an introductory note from Tom King extrapolating how both right-wing ideologies and right-wing tendencies aren't inherently wrong or evil. I mean, both left and right-wing ideologies aren't inherently right or wrong, but are very much susceptible to perversion by individuals claiming to be flag bearers of those very same ideas. Right? Now, Animal Pound becomes a modern retelling of the Orwellian story retrofitted for the 20th century political scenario. I'll quickly skim through the plot as fast as I can. Set entirely in an animal shelter, Manfield Pound away from the city. Animal Pound sees Lucky the dog dying in the shelter at the hands of his human handlers. So as his last will and testament, Lucky hopes to see the animals of the pound embrace liberty, live a life of freedom that is devoid of any human wills, and those separating them everywhere. Now, while Orwell set Animal Farm on a farm to highlight the aspect of the importance of labor, Animal Farm centers all its action in the shelter to show the helplessness of the individuals stuck under one roof with nobody to care for them on a personal level. What is more interesting is that the title actually sheds light on one of the most important plot points later used in the story, the word pound. A capitalized pound to pinpoint the site of all the narrative action, and a smaller pound to hint at how the concept of vote will decide the fate of all animals in the said shelter. So this is Lucky the dog, who is introduced right at the outset. He talks of how men love their schedule, and this is so he is put to his death soon after, and he talks of how animals are born free, but we are in chains everywhere. Next list. So the first few days and months after the liberation, the pound saw the animals in relative freedom. Oh, sorry. Yes. Now the motto "Remember Lucky" becomes the rallying cry for all the animals who sought freedom from the Syrians. So two heroes emerged from this entire rebellion: the good dog Titan and Madam Fifi, a cat. Yes. We will open our own doors. That becomes the entire driving point of the rebellion. Okay. So the first few days and months after the liberation, the pound saw the animals in relative freedom, albeit marred with a few issues like cohabitation between predators and prey bring with itself, which subsequently leads to the establishment of a governing system of the animals, which is for the animals and by the animals. So the heyday of the Manfield Animal Pound begins with the election of Titan as his first head. So he, along with Madam Fifi as his close confidant, make it a point to listen to every animal who has had a say in the back rooms, which was previously used by the humans to line their own pockets. So the human caretakers, they employed this live streaming technology to make the animals perform tricks. Interestingly, the media room, much like the other spaces throughout the shelter, become democratic spaces where no animal retains exclusive rights of access. Thus, the means of production, the pay-per-view model, gets Titan, however, with Fifi refusing to contest elections for more than 2 terms, the pound sees numerous changes, for better or for worse. So Titan decides to step back from his leadership because of his unwillingness to become a king, which would in turn forward Lucky's ideals of a free and liberated state. So the doors shall remain open. No animal will be separate from one another. The pound will have no doors, open door policy. So succeeding Titan was Fifi herself, who bridged the gap between the aggressive dogs, the timid cats, and the helpless rabbits. Now, after both their terms, Titan and Fifi faced friction in the relationship owing to their roles as mentors to their respective successors and the policies they have rolled out. Now, halfway through the narrative, Piggy the bulldog takes a center stage. Now, who's this Piggy? Piggy is introduced to the reader as a cowardly lookout during the Manfield Pound Revolution, who was close to backing out from the position mid-action because of fear of man. So he was put on lookout notice, and when the man came, he was the first one to back out. Now, initially starting out as guard dog in the post-revolution shelter, Piggy soon became a resident celebrity the human audience grew to like, bringing in heaps of money to the town. Right? The main action, hoping the sun at the Manfield Park, and as we know, dogs hate storms. So they ran with the legs between them, and cats were the first one to make a joke of it, which of course the dogs did not like. So this particular episode becomes a launching platform for Piggy to garner attention in the public eye. So he says that it's a condescension of dogs, right? We are the ones who put the revolution in motion, and the cats were just on the wings, so they cannot go and laugh at us, right? So this slowly snowballed into him running for the next election. Piggy's self-publicization as one of the old heroes of the revolution fooled most of the animals at the pound, especially the dogs. His deliberate equally puerile attitude combined with this experience and time spent in the company of cats made a perfectly appealing candidate. This marginal victory set things in motion towards the wrong direction, of course. So you can see he has been advocating for a pro. So once elected to office, for lack of a better word, Piggy began displaying his true colors. Now turning the media room into his office and shutting it off to others, Piggy thus seized the means of production and transformed it into a monopoly. So I'll be the only one to be performing tricks, no more cats. With the killing of the unsuspecting rabbit in the yard, while it writhed in pain, Piggy began his reign, which was characterized by animals. Why are we animals? Because we are not man. Yes. So that none of the animals are consumed by the laws of humans, of course. Man bad, animal good. So Piggy's defense of his actions was that as a dog, it was but natural to be hated by the other smaller species, since being a mutt entails preconceived notions of hatred from stand by their own species no matter what, and take ownership of the power. Now once permanently at the helm of things, Piggy dismissed further elections in order to safeguard Lucky's vision, and because he was a popular choice through and through. Piggy's weighing of the public opinion is undoubtedly a mirror of Trump's proclivities and policies, which has divided the contemporary America on several fronts. Piggy's mode of propaganda is to approach his subjects in an unfiltered, unfettered way, appealing to the baser instincts and sentiments of the animal. Now, his rise towards despotism can partly be blamed on the very animals who elected him. The signs that he was a megalomaniac who had a tendency of lying along with the habit of twisting events and circumstances to suit his own agenda were all a downside. Now, by the end of the story, Manfred Pound becomes to be repossessed by man, the very being Lucky died advocating against, and ironically, it was none but an animal who made it all possible. Yeah. Phoebe looked from man to pet, and from pet to man again. How easy it was to say which one was which. So, if Animal Farm was an allegory for the European imperial powers, so Animal Castle finds the action opening in a region where domestic animals live in a castle ruled by a tyrant bull Silvio, who has so it's a spiritual sequel to Animal Farm. Populated by donkeys, hens, cats, ducks, geese, goats, sheep, and mules, Animal Castle is under the leadership of the king Silvio and his henchmen, an army of hunting dogs, and a couple of small animals like pigs and hens as his personal minions. Now, the means of production designed to be lying solely in the hands of the animals populating the castle gets seized by a self-proclaimed king who promises a fair and just system of living. So if the animals want to keep living, they have to surrender everything they produce, including eggs. Right? So amidst all this, Azeban the traveling rat makes an appearance at the castle with his humorous to the beasts of burden, drawing a clear influence from the ideas of Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. and Mandela, as well as advocacy of non-violence and humor to combat Silvia's cruelty and brutality, makes the rat an instant hit for both the animals fed up with Silvia's tyranny as well as his guard dogs. Now, ridicule, sarcasm, and jokes were all good when the rebelling animals had nothing to lose. However, the stakes built up and went approaches with no relief in sight for the animals, which further gives way to non-cooperation and civil disobedience among the animals. Now, the firewood episode marks a turning point in the narrative as well as the animals' struggle when they work all day and refuse low wages for buying firewood. Now, the refusal to buy wood to warm themselves unless it is free and made available to all, consequently ceased all operations across the entire castle, since most of the animals froze themselves sick, causing the infinite supply of resource drain. Now, I'll quickly wrap up. So, Animal Castle is not a tale that ends on a very hopeful or optimistic note, as you might think, because after one of the animals dies, protecting herself, and is framed by the guard dogs who bite her to death, Silvio, for the already grieving animals, and he says that, see, I've given you your culprit, he's the one who bit your fellow female, see that you do not suffer. ISA, he mentions how dictators use mechanism to justify the methods of people living under their rule. Everything that the leader does is and will be used for the benefit of the subject. No tyrant is legitimate unless there is a constant threat of the other, an entity that is forever scheming, trying to usurp the established order. Both Piggy and Silvio unfailingly remind how the absence will inevitably lead to an entire settlement being thrown into chaos and or their former masses is how I conclude. So Piggy's power can be studied as a failure of the masses. Surya's presence of mind plays in his favor, and the failure of the animal struggle, of a peaceful struggle, now lies shattered. And therefore the trick is to see through the stunts and lies of the leaders offending the entire structure and staying true to one's values, no matter the provocation or the temptation. Thank you. And I'm sorry for shooting beyond time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the London University of Bengal, and who is an expert on graphic novels. We'll be talking about interrogating kinship and non-human agency and exploration of the drug kingdom arc in
Thank you, Professor, for the kind introduction. And the title of my paper is Interrogating Kinship. Graphic novels and other cultural productions are definitely part of my research interest. This paper is on anime, not specifically on manga. I had to prepare like 2 book chapters. I'm working on it, and it's on different topics. So I couldn't get much time to prepare a PPT. Probably a PPT would have been better for explaining and for you to understand the stuff, but I couldn't do it. So I'll just read, and if needs be, I'll just explain the stuff. So those of you who aren't familiar with the anime One Piece or the manga One Piece, I'd just like to tell you a brief story. I mean, what it is. I'm sure many of you already know about it. One Bleach, they together formed the big 3 anime, that a cultural phenomenon that happened in Japan in the early 2000s. And I mean, it's a kind of shonen anime where you have the protagonist who is a kid or a teenager, and I mean, they want to achieve great things, do great things in the world. Here in One Piece, the protagonist is called Monkey D. Luffy, and even as a kid, he wanted to be the king of the pirates. Okay, in the One Piece universe, you have seas and oceans, a set of islands, archipelagos. They are all conjoined. I mean, the map is basically about seafaring, and you have dangerous monsters whom you encounter while doing a sea voyage, or you encounter prehistoric elements like dinosaurs in an island. So the plot goes something like this. But my primary intention in this paper is to explore human-non-human relationship with a particular focus on a particular arc in this anime, that is the Drum Kingdom arc. One Piece as a cultural representation, I think, makes a sustained critique of a planet riven with crisis through the representation of several human-engineered eco-disasters, climate disruptions, and other weather-bound phenomena in One Piece, which is a kind of toxic wasteland created as a result of a duel between 2 war admirals, now uninhabitable due to poison gas residue, and also the Great Flood in the Lucia Kingdom, which caused an entire island to be erased from the map of the world, and so on, in its vast cartography of turbulent seas and oceans. The Drum Kingdom arc in particular, presumably having Northeast Siberian ecology in mind, depicts a reindeer whose scientific name is Rangifertarandus, who gains the so-called human qualities of speech, reasoning, and above all, a massive evolutionary leap with the ability to walk on 2 legs after consuming what is known as a devil fruit. In the One Piece universe, it's a supernatural fruit with mysterious powers and capabilities. Now, the Drum Kingdom arc in particular, I mean, yes, so what I want to showcase here is that how this particular arc in One Piece depicts human-non-human entanglement and how it empowers the non-human against the forces of anthropomorphizing qualities that are usually attributed to humans. In doing so, it thereby manifests a direct challenge to human understanding and interpretation to the non-human animal. I would like to refer to animal studies theorist Erika Fudge here. And Erika Fudge writes that, and I'd like to quote, animals present a challenge to humans. They are both similar to even manage monogamy, but they are simultaneously completely lost to us. Fudge further writes that in our fantasies, Dr. Dolittle comes along and offers to translate for us, but in reality, we know that hard as we might try, we can never really learn to speak like a dog, let alone understand it when we hear it barked. It is the paradox of like and not like, same and different, that exists in our fascination with animals, unquote. In a world where encounters with the more than human is indispensable for negotiating with the diverse crises, the reindeer's expertise in the anime, in medicine, as the Straw Hat Pirates, and after gathering different members like Sanji, who becomes the cook, they happen to come to the drama island and find Chopper there. That is the reindeer. That's how the reindeer is named. And based on its medicinal expertise, that is to say, the Chopper, who also learns to speak like a human after consuming the devil fruit, he becomes the ship's doctor. So this, I think, calls into question very notions of anthropocentric supremacy, dominance, as well as the everyday epistemic violence directed towards non-human animals. I'd like to dig a little deeper into theoretical perspectives before coming to the analysis. So please bear with me. The perspective of the non-human animal is completely different from the anthropocentric perspective, where animals are merely anthropomorphized, which adds to the epistemic injury and violence, rather than intensifying empathy and kinship between humans and non-humans. I'd also like to refer to the essay which VR sir referred to. In his seminal essay, What is it like to be a bat? Thomas Nagel contends that a first-person phenomenological experiential perspective cannot be assimilated to a third-person scientifically objective perspective, since exponentially when the experience in question belongs to the non-human animal. Hence, the discourse of animal studies predominantly hinges on speciesism, which is intimately connected to a certain mindset responsible for ecological crimes. In response, numerous literary genres and texts have started to engage with the representations of human, non-human relationship. One Piece just being one example, an anime, a cultural production engaging with human, non-human relationship. The constantly growing field of literary animal studies presents an interdisciplinary field which probes into the ways in which non-human animals and animality are represented, projected, and theorized in literary texts and cultures. Extending beyond animals as mere metaphoric constituents, it investigates the cultural and ethical parameters, as well as material and political considerations of human, non-human entanglement, a necessary condition for challenging anthropocentrism. And I quote, that the animal is forever positioned on the other side of an unbridgeable gap, a gap that reassures the human of his excellence by the very ontological impoverishment of a life world that cannot be its own end or know its own condition, unquote. Haraway also posits the ideas of companion species, which first instantiates the knots between humans and more than human entities and entanglement. That is the second idea. A becoming with non-human otherness, which constitutes a relational ontology in which humans and animals co-depend, cooperate, and co-constitute one another. Now, just let me get to the analysis part very briefly. While writing on reindeers and their connection to humanity, famous anthropologist Tim Ingold observes that reindeer are extremely social and intelligent animals. As Ingold argues, reindeers are constitutive of more than reproductive occupants of a highly socialized ecological niche. Ethnological research demonstrates them to be social animals. Reindeer and men represent two interacting populations, both form social groups and guided in political or economic decision making. Both men and reindeer communicate among themselves, but between populations, communication can be most imperfect. As a result, the field worker is unable to use the reindeer themselves as informants. His view of the situation is inevitably incomplete. Many such anthropological studies have underscored human-reindeer relations, and especially how a reindeer in northern Eurasian context can be endowed with a personhood from an indigenous perspective in practices. Indigenous vantage points, especially ones from northeast Siberia, view the reindeer as an active agent of participation rather than viewing them simply as constitutive of livestock meant for domestication and herding practices, thereby emphasizing personhood, non-human ethics, and the increasingly social rules reindeers embody. This is supremely important because in the context of the Drum Kingdom arc, especially in the case of the character of Tony Chopper, this testifies to the views of reindeers as endowed with a sort of personhood and agency. Not only does Chopper challenge the prevalent anthropologists, doctors, here I'm speaking of both vets and surgeons, to a rigorous litmus test. Furthermore, Chopper is capable of emotion, intuition, forming meaningful communication and partnership with humans, in this case, the Straw Hat Pirates. And in this way, I think one piece and human symbiosis by transitioning from the practices of domestication, domination, and scientific experimentation, which is usually meted out to animals, towards an ethics of empathy and kinship. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar, for your presentation. It's now time for, we have about 10 minutes time for asking a few questions on our speakers. So, are there any questions from the audience or among yourselves? Obviously, we can also ask questions. I have a few curiosities actually. These questions about veganism and this is interesting, the kind of responses that we have collected. I just wanted to understand how much is vegan, not vegetarian, veganism diffused in India? This is the first question. And then, what are the reasons behind vegan choice?
It is not appreciated. India has the largest vegetarian population, but something that we need to keep in mind is that it's not a vegetarianism by choice. It is a cultural vegetarianism through religion, caste, and everything. So veganism there comes as a very alien idea. And the vegans I have talked to, most of them they are trying to propagate the same thing in India. They will mark them as the Hindutva party, Brahman party. So with the Hindu nationalist ideas, they do not differentiate between the vegetarian and vegan. And another accusation that comes that it is elitist. It is elitist. So this kind of problems are there, and so it makes very difficult for them to propagate their religious people. Veganism is not religious in India. No religion propagates veganism. But they have milk. They will have milk and honey and all those things. They are the closest, I would say. But what happens with the vegan community is a logical group. So it is more like a community where you will find leftist vegans, right-wing vegans, many different kind of things. Intersectional, single agenda. So the group itself is not very consolidated. And the message, there is another problem that why it is being elitist from the metro cities, first-tier cities. So the largest numbers of vegans you will find in Bangalore and Mumbai. The cities that has better global connections. So that is one. And what was the second question?
The other question, what was about the reasons for
why they are
you have to carry your lives?
Yeah.
Yes, and then the other one was
And,
the purposes of how many people.
The reason for them being vegan.
Yeah, the reasons.
There is another thing I would like to add here, that since we are talking about literature and everything, there has been a very important influence of films and documentaries. They have watched those things, and that has acted like, for them it is like a shock, for them, for some it is like a disillusionment. So that is something they have experienced in their personal life, which has led them to turn vegan, and that is what they use in their activism as well. So that is a very important part in the vegan movement in India, the art.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the audience? So now, I just have a few questions more. Yes, this one about engagement. I was just wondering, but this is a curiosity really, not, I mean, it's a question, but it's nothing very particular. The point is, you were representing this striking the border between human and non-human and its hybrid figures. Obviously, well, you have hybrid figures in mythology, obviously. But I was wondering whether these hybrid figures are actually driven by other kind of interests.
Yes, the things that all of his works, most of his works, what he has tried to build, he has tried to amalgamate myth with modern. Now this myth, along with myth, there is also another tradition which is known as folklore. Now, as far as this Indian myth is concerned, or Indian mythology is concerned, what I feel is that in Indian mythology there is hardly any kind of binary. Rather, it goes for a kind of consolidation, a kind of unification. Where Karna deviates because he also interrogates, questions, challenges this Indian myth. One of his famous works, The Fire and the Rain. There he also, because this Hayavadana text is also inspired by Katha. Now, in Indian mythology, the idea of unification which Karna challenges. Rather, he talks about hybridity. Hybridity means there is a presence of two, this dialecticism, this binary. So, in a way, he tries to. It's a defiance, it's a critique, it's a contempt to the very idea of any classification, as well as classification as unitary, original, one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And Boyajato, to ask you, this is a very most personal question actually. There are a number of Italian names that I noticed in the characters. How does the Prime Minister Berlusconi, or do you think it could be?
Yeah, I mean, there can be because the attacks are really very attacks. So the full Silvio, he's a Bengal. He's been, he has his own mind. At the same time, he's been, guided, and his henchmen are the ones who put in ideas. And about the Italian names, it's because of the illustrators, the lecturers, the thinkers. They are different names. So yes, so I guess it's a multicultural. I think.
Yeah, this is also interesting.
Yes.
And right. And this is interesting also for me. We were talking a lot about reindeer and what they use like and what they are. Do you think that there is behind this choice? I mean, it's not the most obvious animals one would think of. It's not like cats and dogs, obviously. So, do you think that there is some degree of research behind the writing of this?
Well, I think there can be. I wanted to especially focus on this for the reason I'm telling you why the reason my attention. I have presented on animal studies earlier too. One and the first one was at Exeter, and the second one. Okay, yes, fine. So the first one was at Exeter, and the second one was at Kent. I mean, through the presentations also, which were done there, I also learned about how usually these presentations in animal studies are done. Like somebody was focusing on one of these species ethnography, focusing on a particular animal and its habitat, its local biodiversity loss, etc., etc. I mean, as you already said, the reindeer is not an animal on which most researchers are going to focus. I'm not sure whether Ichiro actually went into a great deal of research. He may have, he might not have, but I think at least through certain theoretical trajectories which I followed, I think I can detect certain nuances and certain phrases of that in his writing or in the animations.
And how realistically is it? Because I haven't seen the images. How realistically are those portrayed in the drawing?
Well, I mean, the tail is very feeble-like, and when the Straw Hat Pirates arrive at the Drum Kingdom Island, they are undergoing a undergoing a civil war, and they used to have a despotic ruler called King Bokor, who is now away and wants to return to the island, but the inhabitants of the island don't want King Bokor. So, because earlier King Bokor had, taken all the doctors of the island. Island was famous for doctors. Taken all the doctors of the island captive and had gone out with them. So, if anybody was sick on the island, they couldn't have a human doctor who could tend to them. And this non-human animal chopper who gains human-like abilities by consuming a devil's fruit with supernatural powers, which grants him human-like qualities like ability to walk on two legs, human capacities of reasoning, and also speech. He learns from a doctor who's a human, Dr. Hirito, and I mean, he says that he wants to tend to the humans who are sick, because that's his aim, right? I'm using his continually, and he should be using his, but that's also a human problem. Yeah, so that's basically the story. And yes, Chopper is usually portrayed in a very cute way, like a cute reindeer. I guess there is certain dose of anthropomorphism there. I mean, it can be debated. And after considering a pig, Chaucer also, paints a kind of superhuman form. He grows monstrous and fights all the villains, right? So there can be a dose of anthropomorphism too, but I think the way Chopper is depicted, his ability to challenge these anthropocentric notions, especially one can never think of an animal being a doctor can be humans. I think these qualities certainly challenge the prevalent notions of anthropocentrism that are there.
Very, thank you. So I'm good by that. Gentlemen, sorry, I just wanted to ask you just a question. Do you think that these elements that are kind of relevant to the contemporary Anthropocene scenario were already in the field, or is this something that we are seeing now and perhaps they had anthropological preoccupation or other kind of preoccupation when they were filming it?
If I can the question. Is it that, are you talking about the relevance of the aliens to the film in today's scenario?
Yeah, the film is about 20 years old. Yeah. Okay.
It came out 1979.
Okay. My question is, you are proposing a reading of the film, which is very much topical in a way and connected to the present Anthropocene scenario.
No, let us say in the literature maybe part, which is being alone, the
initial reception of the film, I mean the first 20 years of reception, the film has got very beautiful exhibition live only after 30 years with the reconstruction of the images by Martin Scorsese only 3 days, few years ago. But initially it was received as some film celebrating the necessity of imagination in childhood, the children imagination, right? In the face of reason, in the face of all the rationalistic, approaches to different tools and theories, is that in this film, all the narrative elements and the aesthetic registers, if we combine them together, then we see that beyond that celebration of imagination alone, there is this underpinned registers where you can explain the film as making Anthropocene spectatorship, right? It is about the spectator's transposition from a humanist point of view to a decentered post-humanist spectatorship, right? With the narrative elements and the aesthetic registers. In the narrative, there is this transfiguration. The sorcerer comes into the village, he plays with the kids, he transfigures them, makes them into different animals and all. And then suddenly one of them goes to the city and all, comes back. With this transfiguration, I mean this is the narrative part, and the cinematography and sonic elements, right? I mean, I'm talking about the film aesthetics, film language. Combined with this act of transfiguration and the aesthetic registers, aesthetics, film aesthetics, and the way Arvind takes images. I took only one example that the embeddedness of human figures in the nature. Not only that, I'm sorry, I mean, this is the problem of talking bigger with such examples. One example is the kids were playing in front of the school, right? So as the bell rings, all the kids slowly going into the school, right? And the camera sustains them. The camera goes on to linger and shows him the blank place, right? Immediately before when the children were playing, right? And as slowly the human sound evaporates, the sound of the nature, the call of the birds, etc., they takes, yes. And this goes on throughout the films. These are the aesthetic elements. As I said that the open place out there is no human demarcation. I mean, when the people are cultivating, it is all the villagers combinedly, right, cultivating, right? Whereas in modern world, cultivation is a private, the private thing, right? There is no demarcation of the jomi, I mean the field, right? Everyone together is working agriculturally, right? So this is how I look at it is the arrival of anthropocentric relation with the nature. They are, sowing seeds, right? Using water for the purpose of cultivation, whereas the children is doing nothing with the water. They are playing with water. So the children, they are connected with the nature in a way which is irrational, whereas the adult world is connected with the world in a rational way, right? So yes, so and the children are being schooled to dominate over
I mean, this is, I have to connect it later on as I develop my chapter. The children are being schooled about the knowledge of the physical world, the animals and all. So the arrival of the dominant human complex, as Vescovi says, with the technology. I mean, I am explaining. I have been explaining schooling as technology, right? Yes. Okay. Sure. I will take the discussion later with you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's getting late, and now I think we have deserved our vegetarian lunch.
Yes. Wonderful papers you have presented, and I thank the chair too for conducting the session. And now we will be heading for the lunch that is arranged in the parking lot of the humanities block. So it is in the ground floor. You'll be heading towards the, like you will get through to the administrative block and then we'll reach the humanities block. So meet you after the lunch, and in the post-lunch session, we have again, 5 speakers, 5 presenters. Those who will be presenting in this particular room, and we will be meeting at 3 and begin our next session. Thank you.
You have 12 minutes time for your presentation. I will tell you when 3 minutes before your time is over. And we shall have a Q&A session at the end of all presentations. So the first presentation today is a customer who is research scholar from the University of Milano. And he is presenting a paper titled Animal Liberation and Justice. So could you take it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are gathered here for a one-day international seminar on literary contiguity between human and non-human animals. And my topic on presentation is reimagining animal liberation and justice in select workshop in slower host and uses. Yes, introduction. First slide of the first section. Introduction. The concept of animal liberation is especially associated with freedom from human exploitation. It means nowadays everyone wants to, non-human beings wants to free from animals exploitation. and not politically or not philosophically, but exploitation. And in the age of modern, and human beings depend on basically non-human animals. And in the contemporary era of climate crisis and ecological degradation, literature has emerged as a powerful medium to connect the relationship between human and non-human animals. And these are the selected works which have justified the animal liberation. And first book, novel is Pride Behavior by Barbara Slower, and second is novel, Indian novel, and climate fiction novel, Gun Island by Arthur Ghosh, and the last poem is by Leonard Dog. This signifies insight into the dynamic changes of human-animal relations and rapidly changing environment. And firstly, we see the crisis of Anthropocene and the geological shift from Holocene to Anthropocene. And this term is popularized by Nobel laureate Paul Curtin and biologist Eugene Stoma in 2010. It suggests that second slide. One minute. This graph is the timeline of Earth's history. Second. And sorry, sir, second. Okay. Let us see this graph. Our Earth formed about 4.5 billion years ago. In the early time, this time is called Paleozoic era. In this era, animals like sea creatures, insects, and sea plants appeared. And after this era, it came Mesozoic era. This era called the age of dinosaurs. When dinosaurs went extinct, began Cenozoic era. In this era, when mammals, early like seahorse, and eventually human ancestors are developed, and human appeared in Holocene epoch. We are in the age of Anthropocene age. Humans are strongly impact our environments. The crisis of dominance. The crisis of dominance is staggering the crisis of dominance is due to biological imbalance. Some people are dependent on vegetarian and some people are dependent on non-vegetarian. And the concern of crisis, a study by Leo Grispoon 2017, which highlight the extent of human dominance. And once upon a time, when humans are not dependent on animals' foods and no needs for animals, humans no need non-human beings. And in this era and recent time, humans totally dependent. 95% people are totally dependent on non-human beings, like meats and non-veg, and 5% marine. All wildlife and marine mammals combined from blue whales and elephants to lions and deer make up the only remaining 5%. And this 5% is denote the extent of animals. And this represents a near total displacement of wildlife by human beings and human-centric system. And textual analysis, we see the textual analysis of this novel. In the novel, we include some highlighted points because novel is very broad. And in the novel, flight behavior presents the quiet migration of monarch butterfly as a sign of climate change. The novel shows how environmental disparity disturbs the relationship between climate and living beings, and proving that human survival also depends on ecological balance. We are living in an ecosystem, and every person has a different ecosystem for human beings and animals and seeds, insects. And one of the most remarkable declaration of animal liberation is the unexpected arrivals of millions of monarch butterfly in Tennessee, Institute of Mexico. Due to climate change, butterfly displaced from their habitats. And Delarovia, the protagonist of the novel, she initially observes why these butterflies are migrated, and these butterflies stay in mountain area because for butterflies this mountain environment is very suitable from their ancestor land, and they might have miraculous lack of fire, but scientists later exposed that their altered migration is due to climate change. One scientist named H. is a scholar Ovid Byron, and he researched about the butterflies and why the butterflies migrated from their place. And this reflects how human interference in nature displaces animals from their natural habitat. One quotation from the text: "They are not here because it's better. If their place is better, if their place is not affected by environment, that's why they are not here. They are here because they are lost their places. They are here because due to they lost their places, climate change and due to innovation in their place. Because in some dense area, dense forest is wiped by people and due to innovation and industrial revolution and etc. That's why butterfly migrated their place, and this underscores the injustice imposed upon the butterfly. Their presence is not liberation but a sign of environmental crisis. And second, King Flower also critiques anthropocentrism, the belief that humans are superior to other species by showing how economic interest often outweighed concern for animal life. Because also we know humans are superior than animals, and due to profit, animals wipe their natural places of animals. And for example, one quotation from the text, second quotation from the text: "Deloria's in-laws consider logging the forest where the butterflies has settled, viewing it purely as a financial opportunity." This reflects a broader societal tendency to commodify the potential destruction of the butterflies' habitats, highlights the moral conflict between profit and preservation, raising questions about humans' responsibility toward vulnerable species. And here, novelists thinks about human beings are compelled to show their moral responsibility to animals. And another key movement illustrating animal justice, Augustin Dolorovia, begins to understand a scientific and ethical implication of the butterfly situation. Second novel, Integral Island. Okay. Amitabh Ghosh combines in this novel myth, migration, and environmental crisis to present how climate change affects both humans and animals. The novel suggests that humans and animals are closely connected but cannot be separated from human beings. And one of the clearest representation of animal liberation emerges through the reoccurring encounters with animals behaving in unusual, sorry for the mistake, and most resistance way. And for instance, the protagonist of the novel, Eve, observes a venomous spider. This animal appears in unexpected places, and dolphins behaving irregularly in the canals of Venice due to climate change. These movements challenge the assumption that animals are passive beings, not active. Instead, they seem to respond actively to ecological disruption. Ghost rights of animals appearing out of place, which reflects how human-induced climate change has displaces not only people but also animal species. This displacement can be interpreted as a silent protest against environmental exploitation. The legend of Contiguities, the settle of the novel further reinforces the theme of the merchant conflict with the goddess of snakes, Mansa Devi, repeated human attempts to dominate nature and animals. And next. And one poem by Vijay Levanter Talk. This poem also describes animal liberation and justice. And due to the climate change and heat wave, the sudden arrival of a goldfinch brings energy and movement to the silent tree, showing the beauty and importance of non-human life beyond human understanding. We see ethical and philosophical consideration of animal liberation and justice in Hebrew tradition Genesis. one quotation, and God said, "Let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the earth, and over every creeping that creepeth upon the earth." The passage from Genesis says that humans are made in God's image and given power to God given power to man for not to exploit animals. A simple way to understand this in light of animal liberation and justice. Next, Greek tradition, Aristotle. This quotation is from Aristotle's Politics. Plants exist for the sake of animals and brute beasts for the sake of man. It means most animals are dependent on plants. They can survive without non-veg, but and humans are brute beasts for the sake of man. And humans exploit animals, but some animals not exploit human beings. I would like to end here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying at the time. Second presentation is it's by Adelaide. It's animal is not a function of the human, but between the divine feminine and the collapse of mythology. And Adelaide Bazo is one independent researcher who has interviewed from Binayak, at least from Binayak University. Thank you.
Okay, so the font is not well rendered in the presentation, so I'll just tell you what the slide says. It says animal is a function of human vulnerability, the divine feminine, and the collapse of the anthropocentric ecology. And my name is Alessandro, that the name is overlapped in the slide, so I just mentioned that. Good afternoon, everyone. I am genuinely fascinated and even humbled while engaging with the multiple theoretical approaches to understand the non-human side of our planet, and the feeling is fleeting as well because we've gathered here to speak and talk about something really wildlife, and so in a world where the human beings insist on being the main characters, it is really refreshing to just step back and let the forest, the untamed, speak for themselves. So personally, I was introduced to the wilderness pretty early when I was taken for the first time to Doers, which is 114 kilometers away from where we are today, like a baby kangaroo peering out of its mother's womb and witnessing the spectrum of animals through the jeep safaris and elephant rides, including the Asian elephants, Indian rhinoceros, Indian boars, wild dogs, and many more, observed with awe and curiosity, and even in some cases with a slight hint of entitlement, much like moving through the pandals during Durga Puja with admiration and just embracing the situation and the different spectrums of representations of our ethnicity. Yet one question lingers in this safari is that what do they see when they look at us? Are we just the harmless spectators or a disturbance that they have learned to tolerate? What happens in our absence, and why do they even emerge at all? As if granting us a glimpse when they know that our history shows how conservation has never been really a priority for us. So, in my opinion, the wilderness does not lie in these safaris or in these encounters, but in the uneasy gaze between the worlds, between us and theirs. These are the questions that I thought they would ask if they could communicate with us in our own voice. And these are the pictures that I have taken during those safaris. And this is perhaps what we will explore today with my primary text, that is Man-Eaters of Kumaon by Jim Corbett and the 2021 graphic novel Jungle Nama by Amitabh Ghosh and illustrated by Salman Dur. These texts reimagine the wild not as spectacles but in a way that it portrays them as sentient and observing presence. But before turning into the text, let us just have a brief review of the existing scholarship in this area, like a well-trained hunter who studies the terrains and the places before taking a proper aim. Esha, Parvat, Sankasan, Hanuman, Markut Mocha, Titi Sati, Mahavati Samudram, Makaralaya. These lines depict Hanuman, the mighty son of Vayu, as you can all see. And the paper, there was an 8 paper by Shivendra B. Khandaukar titled The Role of Animals and Birds in Ancient Indian Art and Culture, expresses animals beyond the symbols of hunting victims. And yet they state that they remain symbolically framed, sidelining the lesser known species like the Indian pangolins and nilgais. And to explain this better, I would like to use a better example of someone very close to me, at least geographically, a potential neighbor, since I stay in Kuchbehar near the Rajbari, Maharaja Nitendra Narayan. In the 2021 paper titled Back-Size Record Specimen and Masculinity and Hunting Diary of Maharaja Nitendra Narayan of the princely state of Kuchbehar, Dr. Tapas Devnathan Tahiti Shortcut explained how animals have gradually becoming the symbols of masculinity through hunting, like the terms games and back sizes. Reinforcing, as Mrinalini Sinha explains, the divide between the manly Englishman and the effeminate Bengali. As Gayatri Devi recalls, Maharaja Nitendra Narayan started, or you can say pioneered, the trend of big shots in Kuchbehar with claims of 500 tigers and record specimens like a tiger of 10 feet and 5 inches. Yet this focus on the back sizes have sidelined and reduced animals to trophies, not based on the ecological order, but just with the masculinity that they symbolize. Now, in order to tackle this, we can just talk about a deconstructive approach associated with Jacques Derrida. As it says, by unsettling binaries like human and animal, it challenges the anthropocentric hierarchies, revealing overlaps, human share, emotions and vulnerability, while animals exhibit intelligence and social behavior. Thus, reframing animals as an active performers or participants in the shared ecological and narrative space with fluid and shifting meanings. And we can understand this better with the most prolific example of the cultural image of snakes that carry immense instability in this case. As in the Rig Vedas, Nagas are sacred. The Vasuki Naga and Ma Manasha resemble balance and protection. In Mahabharata, Takshaka represents ecological revenge. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh and in the book of Genesis, serpents are portrayed as symbols of renewal and deception, while snakes and ladders just moralizes everything. Yet, in these shifting meanings, we can find the reality, since on October 22nd, 2025, I recorded this Indian rock python run over at Box Tiger Reserve, which concluded it not as a symbol but as a victim of human carelessness. Finally, coming to our primary texts, Jim Corbett, a hunter naturalist and British Indian colonel, is renowned for tracing man-eating tigers and leopards primarily in the regions of Kumaon and the Gharwal Himalayas. In Man-Eaters of Kumaon, he recounts encounters with the Champavat tigers recorded in the Guinness World Record for the maximum human fatalities, and the coward tigers responsible for 64 deaths, offering gripping narratives that talk about the complex relation that humans share with animals. However, Corbett's writing reflect a pretty deep anthropocentric classification of animals, primarily with terms like man-eaters. And this concerns in the lines primarily, as the text says, "Come quickly, Sahib, the man-eater has just killed a girl," frames the animal entirely through the act of violence. Corbett even makes it more complicated, as he said that this behavior is primarily responsible due to the wounds and in the 10th case old age. Even the terms like kill become functional, as it frames animals and reduces them, they reduces the lives to just strategies rather than existence. At the same time, Corbett refrains from the complete objectification through his bond with Robin, as he calls him the biggest hearted and the most faithful friend man ever had, echoing Donna Haraway's theory of companion species. Yet in this empathy, it coexists with the anthropocentric terms like games and the activities of baiting, as you can all see. Now, in order to find a force that unsettles this anthropocentrism and eradicates it completely, we will have to find something beyond theoretical, something transcendental, something shamanic, and in this case, a deus ex machina in the form of nature itself. In Manifest of Kumaun, animal appears refracted through a human prism. Then this classificatory system reveals more about the human perception than animal reality. I'll just skip through this part explaining that through the human prism, animals are classified into anthropocentric categorizations and not owning their own individual existence. This reflective distortion is reconfigured in Jungle Lama by Amitabh Ghosh with the figure of Bono Bibi as the lady of the jungle. She embodies ecological balance and resonates with Lucy Aguirre's idea of the divine feminine, an authority that transcends human-centered hierarchies. And as the text invokes, don't panic, don't get your head in a chakra. There's someone you can turn to when in need of supper. She is the lady of the jungle, Ma Bono Bibi. She'll protect you with her brother Shah Jangali. This rebalancing of the human-nature relationship in Jungle Lama parallels the philosophy of Lucy Aguirre's, especially in her book Sexes and Genealogies, and especially in Divine Woman, where she proposes the idea of feminine divine as essential for autonomy, arguing that subjectivity is incomplete if divinity is solely masculine, and instead it should be relational, like a soul in the flesh, much like the figure of Bono Bibi emerging as restoring balance, resisting domination, and redefining power as coexistence. Now, a brief address to mathematics algebra. And in my defense, if humans are allowed to reduce animals to symbols, we can for sure turn animals and humans into equations, and no animals are harmed in this calculations. The last line, since we are short of time, the last line, BA is equal to A plus I plus C. Here BA refers to identity as a continuous process. Becoming animal refers to animal's individual function with its identity, and E refers to her experience of its existence. With the DA, as you can see, a DA refers to the divine animal, in this case Bono Bibi, referring to the ecological transcendence. And to conclude, we are only passing through. Animals are not just characters, but ecological subjects shaped by their own worlds. As Philip suggests, even our knowledge of wildlife can function as our own cultural capital, a marker of our intellect. But perception is learned, as you all know. An adult may fear a bear in the wild, but a child raised in storybooks and teddy bears might just want to hug it. And this is how animals can be represented with their own individuality. I will conclude my presentation with the lines, এই জনহীন প্রান্তর, এই রহস্যময় রাত্রি, অচেনা নক্ষত্র ভরা আকাশ, এই বিপদের আশঙ্কা, এই তো জীবন। শান্ত নিরাপদ জীবন নিরীহ কেরানির জীবন হতে পারে, তার নয়, and in this case আমাদের নয়. As Vibhushan Bandyopadhyay reminds us in Chadar Pahar, the wilderness not to be conquered but lived through. And in their world shaped by ecotourism and shamanistic ideas, we are not the masters, we never were, we are just the guests in the wild. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's now time for Ananta Bhatterjee is a PG student here at Mahavidyalaya, and her paper is entitled Fictional Representation of Human Entanglement, Anthropomorphism, Animal Cruelty, and Human-Animal Relations in Buddha de Fuga, Region Assam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ananda Bhattacharjee, and as the title of my paper is already on screen, and also sir has mentioned, so I'll not repeat it, and I'll just begin with my presentation. Human and non-human, these are the two terms which we use to define ourselves and the rest of the living beings of this planet. This tendency of othering is what stops us, human beings, from experiencing ourselves as a part of nature, which further has led us to make the frivolous claim of being the superior species. This superiority complex resides in the core of anthropocentrism, which renders human beings selfish and justifies using and abusing animals, natures alike in the name of development, research, science, entertainment, etc. However, literature does deter slightly from this tendency of othering the non-human through anthropomorphic representations in fables, fairy tales. Even though there hasn't yet been a broader inspection of animal subjectivity, literary works still put forth the question. For example, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep by Philip K. Dick examines how non-human perspectives are represented, and Cheryl Vane's book, Animal Alterity, Science Fiction and the Question of the Animal, use sci-fi to reconsider the human-animal boundary amid advancements in technology. Apart from these popular works from the sci-fi genre written in English, many authors from different national and ethnological backgrounds have written knowingly or unknowingly to establish a sentimental relationship dynamic between human and animal through various genres. One such example is about what my paper is about, Buddhadev Guho's Rijuda Samagro, as it is a fictional representation of entanglements between human and animal. Through the series, Buddhadev Guho aptly represents the underlying complexities, power play, and cultural influence that dominates and shapes the relationship between the impoverished people living in the close proximity of wilderness and also the high society people who assume an exterior position yet impact the lives of both and bear none of the responsibilities. Now I would like to tell you a bit about the author and his creation. Buddhadev Guho was an Indian author who wrote in Bengali. He was a notable fictional writer, and through his writing, he created two very famous characters in Bengali fiction, Ribhu and Rijuda, who is also known as Riju Ghosh, who hold a significant position in the world of Bengali fiction. His work highlights the lush natural landscapes of eastern India and also bridges the modern urban life with the raw and wild beauty of forests. The Ribhu series is enriched with an autobiographical feel, and the series of Rijuda entertains the reader with adventure and pastoral descriptions of nature. Riju Bose is a travel enthusiast who explores the forest of eastern India, as I have already mentioned, and also of Africa. And even though the series falls under the category of travelogue and is included in children's anthology, a nuanced and intricate reading of the stories will highlight the latent themes of conservation, empathy towards the non-human, sympathy for the poor living situation, and the dehumanizing condition of the marginalized people, and emphasizing the importance and significance of nature. The stories are often narrated by Rudro, who is the adventure companion of Rijuda. The stories in Rijuda Samagro depicts the human and non-human relationship in a layered and complicated manner, which is true to its own authentic nature. In Bon Bibi Bone, Rudra accompanies Rijuda to hunt down a man-eater tiger who has killed Godadhar, Rijuda's trusted caretaker's father. In the story, Rijuda claims that this is a matter of his personal revenge. He also states that as Godadhar is under his employment and therefore his care, his prestige will be at risk if he fails to hunt down that tiger. These statements highlight the anthropocentric nature of human beings and also the superiority mindset that people possess, which makes them entitled to an animal's life. This directly goes against George Skinner's work that advocates for the lives of the large mammals while reinforcing the need for humans to respect and conserve all animal habitats. The importance of the story, however, lies in depicting both sides of the coin. At the end of this particular story, while going back home after hunting down the tiger successfully, Rijuda explains to Rudro that how the tiger is the victim here. He feels sorry for that poor animal and remarks that this world does not belong to human beings only, it also belongs to them as well. But we human beings invade all of their spaces, and it is as if we can't rest till we have managed to occupy it all and enjoy the earth entirely all to ourselves. This does make them unfortunate. The stories in Rijuda also depict the dependency people have over animals. In Lobongir Bone, he informs Rudro that engineers often follow elephant tracks while making roads and bridges in support of Rosie Bradley's post-human theory of human exceptionalism, arguing that humans are deeply entangled with animals, technologies, and the environment. In Rijuda cities, Guho does not only talk about the pastoral landscape and aestheticize rural life, but exposes the poverty-stricken condition of the marginalized people and how it directly affects the wildlife. He describes how in some remote areas of Odisha, people shed their skins like snakes because their skins get burned by the log fire they make to protect themselves from the biting cold. He also proceeds to describe how they buy one cloth towel and cut it into two pieces, and that's all they wear for the entirety of the year. The vivid descriptions of the struggles they have to face just to live for another day paints an entirely different picture of the man-animal dynamic. Through their struggle, they almost become equal with the non-human species as poverty strips them of their pride of humanity. Not only Odisha, Guho also talks about the struggles of fishermen, honey collectors of Sundarbans in Bonbibi Bone. A character in this particular story, Shah Jahan, states the uncertainty of their lives very casually like this. What is there to say? We come every year to catch fishes. Some get to go back to home, some don't. Our lives are really difficult, Babu. Tiger, crocodile, shark, moneylenders, and forest department are the center of our lives. And that's just how it is. This one statement depicts the hardships and also problematizes the idea of conservation. The daily struggle and hardships to live equalizes the man and the animal. Buddhadev Guho talks and describes explicitly about the animal cruelty that happens all over the world and proceeds to paint a vivid picture of how animals get exploited because of human greed. Nini Kumari Bagh is a prominent example of human entitlement over animal lives. Just because the princess of Sambapani, a small and desolate state of Odisha, Nini Kumari wanted to prove that she hasn't aged yet to relive the old tradition of tiger hunting, which is, by the way, a coming of age ceremony. She arranges for a hunting program and wounds a tiger, which leads it to become a man-eater. Just because of her entitlement ego and for some made-up traditions, she proceeds to destroy not only the life of the innocent animal, but also indirectly robs the poor people of their safety and normal life. In this story, Guho simultaneously criticizes the so-called traditions made for entertainment purposes, which forsakes the animal, and also holds the rich and upper-class people accountable who employ these. Norwegian philosopher Arne Nansen's concept of deep ecology philosophizes and advocates for the lives of every non-human being, arguing that nature does not exist merely to serve human beings, and that every species, landscapes, and ecosystems have their own right to exist and thrive without the need for human approval. He also proposes that individuals must expand their sense of self to establish a broader connection with nature so that harming nature gets considered as personal and thus promotes environmental protection as self-defense. Richula's adventure stories promotes and support Nance's concept of deep ecology through its advocacy for harmony among human and animals. In Guguno Gumbarer Deshe, poaching is also described in a gruesome manner, and it is set in the backdrop of African savanna. By presenting the readers with the macabre image of line after line of raw animal skin hanging from a rope to get sun-dried, and hundreds of elephant tusks lined to be smuggled out of country for millions of dollars, elephant legs cut from below the knee and stuffed with grass to be transformed into decorative furniture. He also describes the cruel ways of the poachers, or as Guho mentions in the story, Wanderabos, that is inflicted on the animals. He dictates the snare which used to catch and hunt a large number of animals at a time. He also describes the poison darts used by local poachers to kill big animals. He inscribes the inhumanity of it by describing a heartbreaking scene of a rhinoceros's death by poison darts right in front of the eyes of Rijuda and Rudro. His skillful writing style makes the reader empathize with the rhino killed in broad daylight and invokes a sense of personal grief, which further incorporates Nietzsche's philosophy. Guho's writings are enriched with folklores and mythical representations of animals. He refers to the tradition of Sundarbans of worshipping and praying to Bonbini, the deity of mangroves, and Baba Dokkhin Rai, the deity of man-eaters of Sundarbans. Before the men set foot in jungles, he refers that this is done believing that the gods will protect the people who will be risking their lives to catch fish, crabs, or prawns, or collect honey and even fresh drinking water. These rituals highlight the deep-rooted belief system and dependency of those people over the deities of the jungle and animals based on religious belief. The pygmy gods, Unkulukulu, Khonham, Gugunogumbar, Ogrigawa Bibikawa, mentioned in Guho's Gugunogumbar Deshe, are prime examples of anthropomorphism attributed through oral traditions latent in indigenous folklores. Through the character Teddy Muhammad, Guho describes these age-old beliefs to his readers and tells how the indigenous people and others like Teddy and Rudro starts attributing man-like qualities to the non-human animals. When the elephants take the dead bodies of the poachers away from Rudro's side, and when Rudro gets miraculously protected by a gaboon viper, which attacks one of the poachers who intended to kill him, he wonders if it was Khonham's doing, and then he proceeds to figuratively hand over both his and Rijuda's life to Khonham's mercy and falls asleep. This type of anthropomorphic representation is crucial in the exploration of human-non-human dynamic in the stories. Myths are also presented as delicate secrets kept by the locals in the stories. In Minikumari Bagh, Guho describes the birthing place of the elephant mothers, and he names it Hatidiho. He also describes in the story that how this place is considered as holy, and no one from that village comes close to this place, and no one ever dips their foot in the Bashpati river that flows through that place because local people believe that Bhima has drank from this river in ancient times, which makes it a place of God. This depiction here shows the important role of myths in securing natural habitats of animals as well as providing them with secrecy and protection. Timothy Morton, in his mesh theory, has suggested that every existence in this world is a mesh of coexistence, where humans and non-human beings, objects, and environments are enmeshed, interconnected, and codependent in an unthinkable or infinite network. Fictional representative works like Rijuda Shamogro brings forth the serious philosophical concepts like the mesh theory and deep ecology, and also complicated systems of conservation in a light-hearted, layered manner. It describes through its adventure-style narrative structure that even well-intentioned noble causes like preventing poaching are met with resistance from people with political and financial power. The story, however, does not elaborate on the political angle, but it does hint at it. Through its multifaceted representations of people from different societal situations, myths, folklores, traditions, and the ever-present suspense that successfully keeps the reader on the edge, the series portrays the human-non-human dynamic and promotes for a system that protects the interests of both human and animal, which allows them to cohabit in their own respective spaces. The series does not only talk about animals but also about the marginalized people whose lives also get affected by the corrupted system, people holding power and money who work parallelly to exploit. The author brings out the interconnectedness of the two types of exploitations done by the same mechanism and demands for justice through his words. His idea of nature and its inhabitants corroborates with Morton's mesh theory and also Jane Goodall's remark, as I quote, "Only if we understand can we care. Only if we care we will help. Only if we help we will be saved." 40 years at Bombay. Thank you.
Thank you also for mentioning the academics. Thank you for mentioning the academics. It's my favorite philosopher. Very well received. Thank you.
The next presenter is Felicitation, who is an APG student from Surya and Mahavidyalaya. So, and her paper here today is Human Non-Human Entanglement, Somatic Vulnerability, and the Commodification of Life in Human Organs, Punachi, or the Story of a Black Hole. Finally, we move from tigers to goats. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Today, my topic is Punaki, or the story of a black goat, written by Perumal Murugan. Perumal Murugan's Punaki, or the story of a black goat, explores the entanglement between human and non-human, using the female black goat as a figure, which also reflects the condition of Dalit women in India, especially Tamil Nadu. The novel raises a critical question. To answer that question, why to integrate Dalit women, the novel asks, who is human, or the idea of human, a universal category in a society where the marginalized are often treated as non-human. In a society where one's proximity towards power is determined not only by economic resources but also by caste privilege, and where voice and representation makes the human visible or adds visibility, they are often found at the most vulnerable position of this hierarchy, where their bodies and lives are subjected to continuous forms of control, neglect, and violence. Their lack of voice and representation renders them politically non-human, making it difficult to claim visibility or write their histories in conventional ways. This paper aims at demonstrating how this novel, or a black goat's non-human agency, goes beyond intellectual history and rather unleashes a body or somatic politics. Her constrained non-human existence in the novel parallels Dalit women's experiences, highlighting how both human and non-human are subjected to control and exclusion. In this light, this paper examines the condition of Dalit women through a goat's body, focusing not only on structures of caste and power, but also on somatic histories through which their visibility, vulnerability, and forms of agency can be understood. The symbolic depth of Punaki begins when she is handed to an elderly couple by a mysterious figure Bakashuran, who are living on the margins of Odinkan Hill, which immediately places her life under strict control. The violence becomes evident when the old couple was asked to give proof to the state about her miraculous arrival. Although the woman treats Punaki gently by milking her, her condition is strictly controlled so that she does not escape or damage their crops, showing that their care is conditional and controlled. Punaki is controlled by power regime and devalued for the intersection of her color and sex and gender. Murugan's depiction of Punaki's blackness, deprivation of basic rights because she was deprived of milk by her own kind, And regulated existence thus provides a lens to understand the structural and embodied realities of and marginalization, revealing how power shapes existence of exclusion and denial from the very beginning. The violence in Punaki becomes sharply visible in the ear-piercing scene when her ear is punctured to assign a serial number, immediately making her body as a property that to be tracked and controlled. This act of introspection is merely administrative but bodily as pain, surveillance, and restrictions converge to produce compliance. This atmosphere of control extends beyond this act itself into everyday experiences, as one voice remarks, to quote unquote, it's only poor people who come here like fools to stand in queue and suffer, while other cautions, to quote unquote, speak softly sir, the regime has ears on all sides. Together this reveals how power operates not only through physical marking, but through fear, discipline, and internalized surveillance. In this way, the body itself becomes a site where histories of control are lived, reproduced, and remembered, allowing somatic historiography to take shape. Her embodied suffering reflects the experiences of Dalit women whose bodies have been regulated not only through unpaid or low-paid labor, but also through sexual violence and constant social scrutiny. Here, the distinction between human and non-human collapses, as both Punaki and Dalit women are reduced to bodies to be managed, evaluated, and disciplined, valued only for their utility. Murugan thus reveals how caste, gender, and power operate materially through the body, determining whose lives are recognized as fully human. Here, we can understand the somatic historiography as something which is not abstract, but grounded in the body itself. In Punaki, the ecological crisis makes this visible as scarcity and drought are lived through her body in the form of hunger and pain, turning deprivation into an embodied experience. Alongside this, the episode of Uzumbar further shows, in that episode, she is killed just as a penalty for trespassing, and it shows that how power acts directly upon the body when a body is instrumentalized as a penalty for trespassing, and it becomes, from a somatic perspective, it becomes that this is not an external condition, but a somatic entanglement where the deprivation of the non-human mirrors the historical denial of resources to the marginalized human. As the text notes, to quote, we die for meat, we die for sacrifice, emphasizing a cycle where life is valued only for its utility. Building on this understanding of structurally produced vulnerability within this narrative, the attempted violation, Punaki, that female goat, is attempted to rape thrice in that story, and it shows how reflection of such vulnerability is mapped in lived experiences, and we can assume or we can conclude that both women, be it human or non-human, are subjected to always sexual violences. Here also, Punaki's forced reproduction, she was forced to reproduce 14 children, reflects how the female body is valued only for its reproduction. However, the cruelty of the human will becomes more evident when her children are sold or sacrificed to the gods as an excuse of ritual. This shows that somatic historiography that archives the eraser of life that works under power. The logic of ritualized sacrifice parallels the Mathamma practice in Tamil Nadu, where Dalit girls are particularly from the Arundathir community are expected to serve temple or ritual functions, where she is married to a god or to a spirit. In both the cases, the soma or body becomes the primary site where hierarchy, ritual, and violence intersect, claiming over the physical autonomy over the marginalized. Voice is less about speaking than about being heard or recognized, yet both Dalit women and non-human animals are systematically denied this recognition. This denial is a somatic eraser where Punaki's deeds of resistance against enforced mating are ignored. Her voice is reduced to a mere animal reflex rather than an autonomous expression of the soma. But her reflection is also forced compliance, and where the body's desires are overridden by the power regime. Through this, Murugan asked this question: if the idea of humility is a universalized idea where the marginalized are considered as non-human. As Punaki approaches the end of her life, weakened by age, exhaustion, prolonged deprivation of food and care, her body gradually collapses under the weight of continuous neglect and suffering. The final reduction of her body to a lifeless, to stone idol mirrors the social death of the marginalized, where the sentient subject is forcibly transformed into a static object of the state. Her transition into a stone highlights the body as the primary landscape where the history of oppression is both written and concluded. In Punaki, Murugan thus demonstrates how power operates through the regulation of bodies, where the idea of human is not a universal category but is shaped through caste, gender, and hierarchy. Through Punaki's life, Murugan shows the vulnerability experienced by Dalit women and also non-human in a society where both of them becomes victim of similar forms of regulation, exploitation, and denial of agency. By tracing this embodied experience, Murugan's narrative compels us to reconsider how histories of oppression are understood and represented, not as distant abstractions, but as lived realities inscribed on the body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for the last presentation for this panel, which is by Alessandro, who is here. He is a PhD student from Bengal University and former student from here. So please stay, please. And while I announce that the title of the paper today is Seed-Viruses of Classical Look, Extracting the Ecology of Tune and Understanding the Religion with Words. Second, can I use a mic? Whatever.
As we are live, you should be here, okay, so that it is visible.
Change it. Good evening, everyone. As you have heard my topic, to give a brief synopsis of the text. Now, what is Dune, the book? Frank Herbert's novel Dune was written in 1965. In this text, we see two warring factions: those who want to take the power of administration in a planet called Arrakis, also known as Dune. What is Arrakis? Arrakis is a desert world full of dust, desert, and certain species of organisms. But the main thing that exists in this planet is the spice, a melange present within the dust, the environment, and it is basically a cache to the galactic empire because it is a drug and it helps the travelers, the navigators for interstellar travel because it opens the synapses for some prophetic visions. Now, this desert only has a native, and the name of the native is called Fremen. They are humans basically, but they have adapted to this world in a very strong and beautiful way that whatever problems they face, they can easily get away with. Poor foreign, this planet is basically an apocalypse to them. Now, the native, the Fremens, they are not the only native of of this planet, there is also another form of species called Shaibu, and they are the great desert worms of this planet. Shaibu, the desert. Shaibu is a term derived from Arabic, which means the eternal worm. Now, these worms helps to scatter the spice. Remember, the galactic empires, the foreigners, they want to extract the spice for their production. And in some way, Shaibu helps for the spice production, but also it creates a problem for the production itself, because these worms do not have any idea of how the galactic empire works. They cannot speak, right? But the only way to have a connection with them is through the native, the friends. They know how to ride on their bodies. They have formed a certain religion with them. Now, this religion is very symbiotic, and what I mean by this, they see them, they revere them as creatures. The Fremens, they know they are not equal to the worms, but they complement their differences. Only the foreigners see that Fremens are Fremens, worms are worms, worms are just bugs, they are nematodes, they have no concept of civilization, but the Fremens think otherwise. Now, this is the basic biology of the adult worms. Their carapace are very, very, very thick. And as worms, to speak biologically in real life, worms are hermaphrodites. The worms of dune are also hermaphrodites, meaning they both have the male and the female genitalia. They, in some sense, they are one in every aspect, from gender and from mind itself. Now, to speak nematology. Nematology means the study of nematodes or microscopic worms, roundworms, or any other worms. According to Michael S. Warner, who is a biology professor in the University of Utah, he says, he emphasizes that yes, these worms, because he has read the novel, he has said that these worms are fictional. Fine. These worms weigh more than 300,000 pounds, and that is the weight of an adult blue whale. So these worms weigh more than them, and they are even massive than dinosaurs. Now, he makes a comparison with the worms, the nematodes, which are present literally in our world. He says, nematodes, the microscopic worms in our world, they are 4 times greater than all the numbers of humans combined total. He also says that these nematodes, they have a certain chemical ingredient within their body which is known as ascarides, ascarides, or in terms which you may think is helpful. Now, this serum or this chemical composition, it helps the worms to secrete milk for the juvenile worms. It also helps to stop their growth, and it also helps as a pheromone to attract other worms. In the text, the worms, not the adult great worms, but the juvenile worms, they have a certain chemical composition within them, and the native people, they call it as water of life. It is also a drug. It is the most potent drug, even more potent than the melange, the spice which we see in the novel. Now, this spice, this serum, this chemical composition, it helps the galactic empires, the people or the foreigners, to open a third eye so that they can have visions, they can see time. Obviously, it is a drug, and they want to cash in this drug through these worms. But in real life, scientists see worms as farmers, because nematodes, they help in soil aeration, they help the soil does not get eroded. Now, thanks to all this negligence of the foreigners, the Fremen know how much how much the worms are despised by the foreigners. But the main thing is, the worms, they do not have any concept of this and that. I mean, the drug which is inside their body, they see it just as a natural thing to them. Fremen also see that as a natural thing to them. But the foreigners, they want to cash, as I've said, cash in their body and do political machinations to topple other families of the Galactic Empire. The center, this is the spice. They follow a clear coordinated pattern of spice production, how they eat spice and how they scatter spice. Just like earthworms in real life do, within the soil. Now, Guillermo del Toro says, if for the sake of argument we can bring worms and equate with them with bugs, Guillermo del Toro says bugs or insects, they are God's chosen creatures. Because the way they handle this world, it is on par with God themselves. Muhammad is also of the opinion that insects are the most strongest creatures of the world. Insects, bugs, worms themselves. Now, the religion of the world. Fremen, as I've said, for them, religion does not mean what we think we mean with religion. Their religion is based on mutual understanding, how they respect others' energy. They think that if we are using violence to other beings, that is the waste of an energy. Of course, Fremen, they are combative, but through their combats, through their fights, they also pay respect to the bodies, to the water, because this world is deprived of water. Whatever moisture they can have, they respect every inch of that water. And they know they are great ones. They do not support water because they cannot travel through the water. Water kills them. They also understand the difference, and that difference is complementary. Now, what is basically a chink within Fremen's religion is that they are very simple. They are highly knowledgeable, but a character called Skytel, the very protagonist of the novel himself, all Atreides, they know that because they are simple, they are very easy to manipulate. Because this is a world where water is very scarce. So, how to manipulate them? Give them the idea of a paradise. And that paradise is, and it should contain water and greeneries. What helps in evolution is not how much elements or objects we can adapt. The very basis of evolution is also a part of how disruptive that environment can be. Because without contraries, there is no progression. We need some challenge. The Fremen are the very best example. How? I mean, the land is very harsh to them, but they have found an easy way to adapt. Now, the foreigners, they think to give them water, it will be very easy for them to adapt, and they can change the whole landscape. As if the foreigners, they are trying to give answers. They are not giving questions. So they are trying to make everything easy for the Fremens. And the Fremens, they are also getting manipulated because they think that water is the most important thing. No, the most important thing is that Fremen have created a bond out of the very harsh environment. And that is what the foreigners, they are not trying to understand. And the very protagonist himself is supposed to be the hero of this novel, who also understands that the Fremen and the ones, they have a relationship. He wants to use that relationship to act against the Galactic Empire and to engage into a holy war using atomics. Fine. It was written in 1965, an age where everyone was recuperating through because of the World War, Second World War to be very precise. Eco-literacy. Now, since all literacies, all the foreigners, they were very literate. They knew how ecologically dense was this world, but this does not mean they were literate, because environment ecology itself, it is a system, and system works at certain stages, positions. If one niche is destroyed, the whole cycle gets corrupted itself. So, now, there are certain articles which just mentions Silent Spring with respect to the novel Dune. It is said that Frank Herbert was hugely inspired from this text, and look at the coincidence. This text was written in 1962, Dune was written in 1965. In the text, Rachel Carson says about DDT how it not only destroys the soil, but dangerously destroys the whole ecosystem through the soil, because worms, they live inside the soil and countless of microbes. Similarly, in Dune, there is no DDT, but the DDT was the third antagonist of the story, the main antagonist, to be very precise. Paul portrays himself. Another example of dust. This novel was written in 1954, the year when Lord of the Rings was published for the very first time. This novel speaks about a narrator who is alone in a city, and that city is infested with zombified vampires. Now, the zombified vampires they emerge out of certain disease, which was the result of a germ, and that germ was communicated through dust storms. Now, obviously, dust storms may have germs in them, but what is implied very subtly within the novel is that dust storm was the result of nuclear fallout, that is, the atom bombs. And luckily, Lord of the Rings, this text, Silent Spring, Dune, they were written within the span of a decade. I'm not saying all the authors they made a plan to write this text, no, but I am emphasizing on the principles. T.S. Eliot, he wrote in the Wastelands, I will show you fear in a handful of dust. The dust present in Dune, the dust present in I Am Legend, and the very soil of the very dust Rachel Carson was talking about. They have a very secret triangular relationship to talk about the symbiosis we form within the ecology and within all they are present in the ecology. And to conclude, in the text there was written in a man-healthy planet, but I changed it in a human and non-human healthy planet. We always see a relationship is built to preserve life, because life should be in service for life itself. It should not contradict, it should present itself in a very lively way, it should be humble, it should be respected, so that we can understand it is diverse. Yes, it might be populated, but the very question, but the very answer raises that how much and what type of existence can be possible through that diversity. We cannot say it is very populated, we can say that yes, it is populated, but what type of diversity and what type of existence can be possible in this population, in this overpopulated planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay, for your paper, for this presentation. And the floor is now open for questions. So, whoever has a question for any of our speakers. But then I have a
whoever wants to add. Okay. Two questions. One is just for some of you, and the other one is more general. I will start with the more general one. And basically, it seems to me, as a general overview, from all the presentations, that there is always, at least in the feeling of the authors you've been talking about, a kind of continuity or at least proximity between violence perpetrated towards non-human animals and violence perpetrated towards, say, weaker humans, humans in a subaltern position. I wonder if you want to comment on this. And I don't have an answer to the question, but what is your, why does it happen in your opinion?
And just
You have a microphone, please use it.
So can you repeat the question?
Yes, so the question is, starting from the kind of, almost all of your presentations were actually presenting texts where violence or discrimination or violence against the non-humans is very often connected with violence towards humans in a subaltern position. Why do you think that novelists or writers in general are drawn to make this connection? Whoever.
So maybe my answer to this might be related to certain texts and also certain movies. So the first thing is, I don't know if the humans who are doing the violence to the native people or the subordinate people, they have an idea, whether they have an idea that the subordinate people, they have an understanding of deep ecology to their own region or what. Maybe the humans, those who are enacting the violence, they do. But some examples can be derived from people who want to extract some resources from land of the subordinates. For example, if we take the example of avatars, how the foreigners, they invaded Pandora because they wanted to extract unobtainium. Now, the reason for extracting unobtainium or umbrella from the avatar to novel because Earth was dying and they need to have resources to save their world. Maybe they have a justification, but their justification was built on violence to the non people. Now, coming to a text, there is, I don't know if I can call it a post-colonial text, it is called Shogun, written by James Clavell, where Japan, in feudal Japan, we see the Japanese people, they do have power. They were also colonizers, but when Christian missionaries started to colonize their region after the 1600s, the East India Company, they knew how powerful the Japanese people were. But those people, the East India Company ones, they saw, because they do not know English, they were trying to convert them. They thought that they were pagans. They had another understanding of exacting violence because their religion does not equate with them sometimes. And also, they were very much insecure, these Indians, at least what I gathered from the novel, because their understanding of life, they were warriors. Obviously, they fought through swords, of course, they had no idea of guns, but they were still powerful. They knew politicking. And maybe when we are faced with an enemy whom we had no idea about, and so suddenly we see them, and we see them, they are behaving almost like us all. We thought that since they're subordinates, they're natives. How can they have so much power without having no text, which we used to, we as in the violent people,
creates an insecurity to them, and they try to do violence on the subordinate people or the other people whom they used to think that they are very inferior to them. That's what I
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted your opinion. I mean, it's very, very nice that you can give me farmer examples, but I just, I mean, it's absolutely fine, obviously. I was just thinking, why does it happen that one writer, one novelist feels the urge to bring the two things together? Maybe other people have other opinions, or anything they want to comment.
Sir, I personally, I really like Abhishek's answer, but I would like to say something straightforward. I think that human beings are naturally very dominating. Someone, they want to adapt to some new place, they meet some people, they have this urge to dominate and control over those kind of people. Like, let's just say, for example, if you take women, men are usually the powerful ones biologically. So they have a tendency that, okay, we have the superior upper hand, so we will exploit you because we want something from you. We will exploit that. So as a writer, I think that the writers usually try to control because as a writer, they have that kind of responsibility toward the society to bring out what is happening, but nobody is talking about what we can call an open truth. So I think that's the case what draws most of the writers into writing such kind of problems, because at least I think someone should talk about it.
Thank you. Any other opinions?
Yes, in my opinion, just a question. In my opinion, that animals not invented environment, and they did not want to affect our planet, and they are not because if animals dominate their role in a determined natural way, they are not affect ecosystem of our Earth. But humans caused to affect ecosystem for their profit, and for their needs. This is the answer.
Thank you. Right. Are there any other comments and questions from the audience?
So, yeah, I think I would add something. Like you said, I think the writers find a scope to add a transcendental force behind the subaltern people so that they can gain a new identity, comparing them to the wilderness present in the area, which requires conservation and special attention targeted to the people suppressing them. I think that would be one of the reasons.
Yes. One wonders how come that those who are those who do not understand the relationship between humans and Earth actually end up being stronger, at least militarily speaking, than those who do understand it. It's actually it's a nonsense in a way. It should be the other way around. But I admit this is how things appear to be at the moment. Even though those who actually are stronger are hardly ever themselves physically stronger. The single human. It's usually the machinery they belong to, which is stronger. I mean, none of us probably will be able to survive if left alone, naked in a forest for 3 weeks. Okay. Whereas most animals, many animals would be able to survive, and probably our ancestors would have been able to survive. The Jaguars would be able to survive. Okay. We would not. And that's probably because we are so much dependent on technology and the machinery of technology. So this makes us very strong in when it comes to finding those who are closer to a natural way of living. However, this does not make any single one of us stronger. This is interesting, and we have to see for how many years in the future we can actually have an upper hand with our technology as compared to alternative ways of living. Okay, so if there are no other comments, I thank you very much for your very interesting and thought-provoking papers. It's been a wonderful session. So thank you for thinking about these things and writing and reading your papers. And I hope I will see you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I thank all the presenters for their interesting presentations. Very soon we will be starting our valedictory session, as we are having 3 other parallel sessions. So I think they will be arriving here and assembling here in this hall. So I think we should, like, we can, yeah. They will be here within the next 10 minutes, so we have to wait. So have patience. Thank you.